Okay. And welcome back to another episode of Cities, Skylines. Coming back to Artville, seeing what's going on. There has been a lot of off-camera work. Boy, it's going to be hard for me to even remember just exactly how much I've gotten done since the last time. I think the last broadcast I was doing, we were... Oh god, that's a problem. We were working on the new dense urban area up here on the cliffside. And I was kind of running into a creative block, and I was trying to figure out how I wanted to lay out the roads, and it was just becoming a big thing, like most things are that I do. And it's kind of taking a break from that, and I wanted to work on trying to connect the highway, because eventually I wanted the highway to connect to this downtown area, and I figured I wanted to get that done anyway. So we did that. We went ahead and took the freeway and continued it out from where it used to end here at the timber mill, and let it go ahead and continue on in this direction. Put in a new medium volume freeway interchange to be able to connect to a road. This took some doing, because I had to figure out how to fit this interchange onto a slope, so I was limited in the angle that I could put it at. I'm not entirely happy with the way it turned. I mean, I'm pretty happy. It's nice. I like it. The only thing I'm not happy about is that I had to reroute this road, which I was planning on turning into a main thoroughfare to be able to bring traffic all the way down and then have it connect here, and I had to kind of tilt it at like a 45-degree angle there to get it to go over the highway, and that's creating some additional stops, some additional traffic lights that I'm not super thrilled with, but so far traffic volume down that street is pretty light. You can see we have some traffic build up with people turning onto the freeway and some people getting off the freeway, so it's getting some use, which is good, but it's not exceeding its capacity, which is also good. You can see some people queuing up to get off the freeway here. One of the problems with this system currently is this very short segment of road where traffic turning right oftentimes has to stop at the light right there, and so there's not a lot of capacity for traffic getting off going that way. That's something I'm probably going to have to address at some point. You can see incoming traffic here also has to stop, so not very much, not enough volume to be able to really accommodate people trying to get on and off the freeway at this junction. You can see it's working fairly well for the time being, at least, which is good, which is more than I can say for some of the parts of the city. But we can see the traffic interchange working, some garbage trucks going off to the incineration plant, more people getting on the freeway there. This light's going to change any second, and these cars are going to be able to get off. I like the way it flows. I like the way it's working. It's pretty nice. That's good right there, being able to see cars getting off the freeway like they're supposed to. Some of these lights, I don't like the way they change. It's not enough time, it seems like, for a lot of cars to be able to make it to where they need to go. You can see those ones are having to stop already. And you can see it only takes 5 cars for that lane to fill up. And you can see right here, some of the freeway traffic trying to exit here is actually having to stop because there's nowhere for it to go until that light changes. So I'm not super thrilled with that. You can see it clears out pretty quick. So until this becomes a higher volume area, it's not anything that I need to worry about changing, although it is something I'm going to have to worry about changing soon. I'll probably bring this road over more to be able to give more of a buffer zone for traffic trying to turn onto the freeway, so that'll be interesting. Right now I'm just enjoying watching the traffic come onto the freeway there. Hoping that last little garbage truck can make it across. Good. And then the light's going to change any second. We're going to see those on-ramp cars be able to move. There we go. Getting where they need to go. So I'm learning a lot about the frequency of stoplights and how it affects traffic. And my city's grown substantially. We're up to 30,000, although it's dipping down a little bit. We're losing population, and there's a reason for that. So I continued the freeway, and the freeway is continuing off in this direction, and like I said, I've gotten a lot of work done off camera. It's kind of a mess right now. The freeway continues in this direction alongside the railroad tracks, and then it comes up to this really great bridge, which, if you can imagine, used to just be a bridge. Oh god, a building burned down. We have a lot of problems going on in this area. But, and let's see, we're going to go ahead and de-zone some of these places where we're seeing a lot of buildings burn down. Let's get rid of that. Because it's complicated, and maybe I'll get into it a little bit here, but there's basically a lot of problems with traffic not being able to get to where it needs to go. And so a lot of buildings are becoming abandoned because people can't get there to shop. But at any rate, this freeway comes up this really cool incline here, up the bridges, and goes in the mountain. And I'm later down the line going to get that to come up somewhere around here and be able to connect with the downtown area proper. And that's going to be cool. Not entirely certain how I'm going to do that just yet, but I'm going to work on it. It'll happen eventually, I swear. I'm probably going to have part of it outlet in a tunnel to be able to come to this thing. We could probably experiment with that a little bit, because I like this tunnel. I laid that down a long time ago, but I like the way it turned out. Even if I'm not super happy with the way this expressway goes in this area, not really sure what I'm going to do with that. But if we were to say we wanted to keep this tunnel, which we don't have to, I'm not married to this tunnel, it's nice, but if we were going to keep it, we could experiment with taking some highway and saying, oh wow, this comes a consider. Oh, I didn't realize that linked all the way over here. So that's cool. I don't know. I'm thinking the freeway tunnels will probably come up here and go over there, and then I'm thinking maybe later they could come out of another area. I'm not entirely certain what I want to do. It looks like I was kind of mulling around some ideas in my head, but it looks like this slope is kind of different, so we can't really have freeway tunnels coming out that way. You can see this is the border of the map. One of the problems, that would kind of work if it came out sideways. Do something like that. One of the problems I'm running into currently is that the slope of this hill makes it very difficult to be able to get tunnels to come out of it because of the angle. But let's say we wanted to get rid of this. We may as well just go ahead and get rid of this whole thing, because I'm not, like I said, I'm not married to a lot of this stuff. A lot of this stuff was just experimentation, laying things down. But if we wanted to do freeform, we could make this diverge into two different freeways and have them come out kind of like that. Although I don't like what that does to the tunnel, so maybe I'll make the tunnel a little bit deeper. It's too steep, really? That's odd. Make it go like that, which might work to our benefit, but you can see doing that, I'm happy with that. The tunnel's a little shorter, but and then this way we can have this break off into two different freeways. And if we made this, let's say we did freeform, we could make it come out, and it could theoretically come all the way out to here. So I'm gonna experiment with that a little bit, but like we could have this one come out, and I think I'm contending with a, oh yeah, that's weird. We could get rid of this, because like I said, I'm not married to this stuff. And even the train line is up temporary. I don't know that that's the way I want the train line to go. Currently it's doing this weird little janky little ramp. I don't know if we'll be able to catch a train coming through here. We might be able to see a train. The trains are all placeholder right now because I don't have any actual passengers running there. And for now I'm de-zoning areas. This place is kind of in crisis mode, and I'll show you more of that area here in a minute. But for now I'm just deleting buildings where necessary and de-zoning the area to prevent everything from just completely collapsing into shambles. Oh, here comes a train. Really cool. The trains come up and they ride up the bridge. And above what's now an industrial area, this used to be a really nice grassy valley. I'm thinking I might de-zone the industrial. Again, it's all experimentation. It levels off a little bit there to go into the tunnel, and then it comes up underneath this area. And for now, at least, it just sort of unceremoniously plops up out of the ground and does this weird little bunny hop thing. It doesn't... It's an artifact of having the tunnel happening on such a steep slope. The game was trying to struggle to find a location where it can effectively put that tunnel, and it kind of doesn't work. But I'm really happy with the bridge. The bridge is a keeper. It's going to stay like that. Maybe I'll experiment with rearranging the train tracks a little bit. I've already done that a little. But at least for now, I'm pretty happy with it. And we might just catch this train leaving the station here. And there are problems over here because this is all placeholder. I don't have any services, so a lot of these buildings are suffering. I'm going to have to fix that. But we will get to see this train come out of the station. I got to be careful because I have a tendency to do this. I just get hypnotized watching stuff happening, and I don't actually get any work done. I'll spend hours doing this, and it's amazing the game's capacity for procrastination. If you're really good at dicking around and not getting things done, oh boy, this game is going to be a real treat because it lets you do that in spades. You can just take a break from what you're doing and just watch things going on. And boy, it's a black hole. You can see the train. Whoops, I think I paused it. Yeah, there we go. I was going to say the train takes a long time to get out of the tunnel. It doesn't. That's really cool. I'm really happy with that. And I like the train trestle as it comes down next to the suspension bridges. Now, as far as what I did, when I look at my natural resources tab, we can see that that's a natural forest area. And so my ideal was that I would have the highway come down and curve around this little bend, and then I would have a logging camp coming off here. And I've kind of gotten that started. Now, I've had to de-zone. This used to be all industrial, and there was a massive unemployment problem where there weren't enough people to work this area, and so I've had to de-zone. You can see a lot of this area is de-zoned because they were just abandoned. There weren't enough people to work, so I just deleted the buildings and de-zoned the areas to try to ease the workload. It hasn't affected the volume of trucks trying to leave, and this has become an absolute nightmare. This expanded way too quickly. What started as a nice little suburban town on the side of the freeway to try to support the logging camp ended up turning into a high-density residential area, which, although it looks really cool, is an absolute mess, mainly because of the freeway interchange. Traffic up here in the residential areas is pretty nice. A lot of cars are able to get to where they need to go pretty effectively. There isn't really any kind of, nobody's suffering for traffic flow up here. The main problem is the freeway exchange. I'm going to have to... This is actually the second iteration. I completely tore up this town before and redid it from scratch. And both times that I redid it, I kept this freeway exchange because I really liked the way it looked with these two different bridges passing over the freeway, and then the freeway does this really cool thing where it goes under the bridges. But practically speaking, I've tried multiple iterations switching around one-way streets, and no matter how you slice it, it's an absolute nightmare with outbound traffic clogging up the streets, and it's just a mess. Not really sure how I'm going to fix it, so I'm kind of procrastinating and not really dealing with it for right now, because the plan is basically going to be to save the game and completely tear up everything and completely redo the freeway exchange from scratch. But hopefully I can show you one of the things I've been working on. I don't know if the timing is going to be good, but we'll give it a shot. We can see the passenger train moving off towards the top of the screen there. But one of the things I've done over here in Evergreen Mills, the new thing, the new logging camp, is I've put in a cargo freight station, which compared to the first time I attempted to put in a cargo train line is actually being used, which I like. Lower volume, I can't really seem to get... I need to move it probably because I think the trucks are still registering the highways being the most efficient route, and I need to fix that. And I'm experimenting. I'm thinking I might move it somewhere kind of over here and have the logging camp deliver up this way to get to it, maybe demolish some of this residential. It's too densely populated. I built these because I had need for them, but practically speaking, it's just too much, and I think I need to get rid of them. Why is this reading as not being connected to a road? Is it because I changed the road that was on? I think it's because freeway interchanges... I have a little, what do you call it? Freeway on-ramp going along here, and I think that's technically counting as not being connected to the road, even though the trucks can technically make it there. But that's what I was wanting. What are you chewing on, Mo? What is that? What have you got there? Don't chew on that, Mo. But, while I have the game paused, let me go ahead and change that, because that is going to be a problem if they, if it... Yeah, there we go. So now that's technically zoned. It's weird. It wants to have a two-lane, even though technically a two-lane doesn't really work very well. But whatever, the game is weird. Now, here's what I wanted to do. The freight line is running, which is really cool. We can see that cargo train has 100% capacity. So we're going to go ahead and follow this cargo train because that's going to take us to the area where I'm doing some work and where I kind of want to focus my efforts over the next probably couple hours that I'm playing this. So this is a cargo train. This is the first time I've had cargo trains running on this map. First time ever, really, in my experience of playing the game, so I fucking love these things. I really like that they're electric locomotives because it always did bother me when I would watch other people play this game that the train lines had these electrical wires going over them and yet freight trains ran on them. Well, it actually makes sense because they're electrically powered locomotives for the freight trains. You can see that it has the little contacts on the roof to be able to connect to the power line, so that's pretty cool. And we can see all the traffic backed up trying to go to Evergreen Mills, which is an absolute nightmare that I'm going to have to fix sometime. But the train line, you can see, there's another freight train going. The freight line links up with the regular passenger line, and so we're going to be able to just pass through this same train line. And there's a passenger train coming the other way, so that's really cool. The trains have to slow down a little bit on this bend, but that's the price of snaking through a very dense urban population center to be able to get the trains to where they need to go. Something I need to experiment with. The gentler the turns, the faster the trains can go. And if you make the turns gentle enough, the trains don't have to slow down. You can see it's able to come through this area really fast. And then it's going to have to slow down again as it gets up to this tunnel that has some weird curves on it. I think that's a railroad crossing, so it has to slow down for the railroad crossing. I'm going to experiment, try to get it more efficient. But the freight train comes up out this tunnel. Same line as the passenger line. If you've tuned into older episodes and you've seen the passenger line, it's pretty much unchanged from this point forward. But we're gonna change that. That little turn over there is something I need to experiment with because the trains are having to slow down way too much to get on there. We have a death problem. Not enough dead people are getting picked up, and it's because so many hearses are held up. Evergreen Mills is just a real problem that I need to fix. But we're going to be able to see the freight train peel off here onto the freight line. But I'm pretty happy with this. The trains are coming in at full capacity, which means the Evergreen Mills is really filling them up, which is good. And now this is going to bring us to our new cargo network that I'm working on. You can see we have that really nice stop with the tunnel, which I'm going to be sad to destroy because I'm going to relocate the train terminal. You can see the train pulls up at the terminal and it starts deploying trucks to be able to take these cargo loads out of the train. I'm hoping it'll animate, yeah. And you can see if there's not enough cargo to send the train back, it just disappears. They're not like passenger trains where they're actual entities that need to travel. They just take freight from point A to point B, and if there's no more need for the train, it just deletes. So you can see a lot of trucks get off of that train. So the train is a very effective way to mitigate shipping, to be able to get a lot of cargo very rapidly across the map without having to have what would otherwise be a fair amount of truck traffic. Which leads us to our new problem, which is that the industrial area is now going crazy. We're going to watch some of these trucks because hopefully some of them are going to the new cargo harbor, and we're going to get to see that. So we have a little merging problem where they're being stupid, stopping at the stoplight because there's traffic in the intersection ahead of them. This needs to be reworked, and that's what we're going to be working on. So let's let them sort that out because they're being stupid, and let's follow some of these logging trucks down the road here. You can see there's a lot of return traffic, and you're going to see why here in just a minute. A lot of return traffic, holy crap. But yeah, that's why, because we have a cargo ship harbor now. And all of this is going to get reworked. I really don't like the way this is set up. It's causing a lot of traffic problems, so that's what we're going to work on today. And you can see these trucks come down here and they get to the cargo harbor and they turn in and they just start delivering cargo. They deliver their cargo and then they drive back out and come back along this road. And originally this was just a little 2-lane road, but the speed limit on 2 lanes is very low. And traffic is pretty well accommodated, but you can see that's ugly. And of course there's this problem because the roads are at such different elevation levels and the game is trying to like change the terrain to fit. And while this is a little efficient drop-off point, the positioning is bad. I don't like the distance that the cars are having to drive in order to load up cargo, but one of the things that is really good is that we're exporting a lot of goods via the cargo harbor, which is alleviating a lot of the outbound freeway traffic. It's It's alleviating a lot of the freeway traffic inside the city because a lot of these logging trucks are able to load up on the train and just ship directly to the harbor. So that's good. So we're basically going to work today to rework this system. I experimented with putting the cargo harbor down here, and although that's a really visually interesting idea, I don't like the way I have very limited options. I can't really place roads over here because this area is like so high up, and it's just a mess. It's a mess to try to get where I could do something like that, but I mean, that's not the worst idea in the world, but that's just dumb, and I don't like it. So if we're going to have to work with 2-lane roads, which it looks like we are, we want to mitigate the impact that the slower speeds you're going to have. So we can see another cargo ship going out to export. We're getting a high volume of cargo shipping happening at this port, which I like. And so we're going to try to capitalize on that and make it more efficient. And you're going to see here in just a second, this ship is going to scoot in and dock, and we're going to see a lot more trucks get off of this harbor and start shipping out. You'll see oncoming traffic that's delivering goods comes out and turns back in the same direction. Cargo that's being dropped off for the first time by the ship is going to start to turn right. I don't know why, but that's just a behavior. And so the main problem with this current setup is that cars that turn right have to go to the end and do like a U-turn, and it's a real mess, and I don't like it. So we're going to rework the system here. So let me go ahead and save the game. And we're going to save it right there. And we're basically going to tear all this up and start from scratch and make the cargo harbor better. So we're going to start by deleting all this crap. And, you know, sucks for these trucks. They're probably going to disappear from the world. But whatever. The system will recover. That's the main takeaway that I've been getting from a lot of this, is that you may damage the system, but the system will recover. It's like nature. As long as you don't completely destroy everything, it'll grow back. So we're going to get rid of the power lines. We're going to get rid of this ugly business. Now, the cargo harbor works a little bit different than the rest of the infrastructure in that, and let me see how much it costs to move this. 12,000? That's not bad. We got plenty of money. So I want to experiment with how exactly I want to place this cargo harbor, because we need to figure out where the roads leading away from the harbor are going to go. So I'm going to take a second here, and I'm going to experiment with laying down some 2-lane roads just to see how they map to the terrain. So we could do something like that, and that's not too bad, but it's kind of ugly. And then we also have this to contend with. I don't know that I really want to build up on all this forestry land, but, you know, I could. And it might be nice because all the forestry products that would be mined here would just get shipped pretty much straight to the harbor, so that would be cool. And you can see I have some experiments from earlier where I tried to get like a expressway to come up into the mountain. So that's a thought. I might experiment with that. I mean, it'll work. It's just going to be really ugly, and you can see we have like some tunnels that are clipping through the ground there. So the game does its best to try to adapt the terrain to fit these roads that you're placing in crazy places. But the crazier the place you put the road, the worse it's going to look. And that's an example of some badness. There's a lot of badness in this world. That looks pretty good. You can see under there it's struggling to connect to the road, and so it leaves some little gaps. That's going to bother me, but, you know, I mean, without mods, without being on a PC, you kind of have to just do what you can. So I'm experimenting with some road placement here because I want to see what these roads would look like if I had them coming off. That's actually really ugly. I don't like that. I was hoping I might be able to get the port on some more level ground, but at the same time I want it to be as far out this way as I can. I'm eventually going to try to move the industrial park and give myself some more breathing room for this area. The industrial park is causing a lot of problems, one of which is traffic and another one of which is pollution, although the pollution is clearing up since I moved the sewage treatment plant. If you could imagine, when these used to be active, they were pouring out waste and it was just flowing into the bay and getting into my residential areas. We've since relocated the sewage treatment over here, where it's less of an issue because it's by a cliff, although it is ugly as shit, quite literally, because that's what it is shit. It's just nothing but human waste. Without a river to be able to take it away, it just pools up. So I need to be careful that it doesn't eventually seep all the way over here into my water pumps. So if it ever becomes enough of an issue, we're gonna have to fix it. Maybe I'll spread out the sewage treatment, I don't know. But since it only costs 12 grand to relocate, let's go ahead and start experimenting with relocating the ship harbor and connecting some roads to it and seeing how that looks. Because what I want to do is, rather than have them this far apart, I want to have the train terminal almost right next to the cargo harbor. So we're going to go ahead and relocate this, and we're going to bring it in closer around here. I'm thinking like Because we could put it down here, but any way we slice it, it's going to have a weird angle that I'm not going to be super thrilled with, but which I can manage. So let's try. That's going to make like a little elevated roadway, which is kind of cool. Will traffic be able to turn into that? That's weird. And see, if we do that, then we're not going to be able to take this road off like that because it's too steep. So this is why we're experimenting. Whoops. Let's go ahead and move this over more. It's gonna be ugly no matter where we put it. Space already occupied, that's stupid. It won't let you move it somewhere where the building's already at, so we're gonna have to spend the money twice. Once to relocate it here, and then another time to be able to put it over here where we want it. So let's try, I'm thinking maybe kind of like that. It's gonna be a little bit, oh god, no, we're not gonna be able to do that. So this is why I wanted to experiment. Maybe it's not gonna be as pretty as I had hoped, because you can see we can't even make it go that way. So it levels the road wherever you put it. Oh, that's an interesting thought. We could have it come up as a tunnel. You know, I actually kind of like that. That's not too bad. It's not the prettiest solution, but it's not the worst. I mean, it's not too steep. Like, that looks like something... I mean, it gets steep once it goes into the tunnel there. That's a little silly, but... yeah, let's kind of roll with this a little bit and see if it won't let us do something cool. So... maybe like... oh, wait. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Now, what if we come out 12 units? Will it let us curve this way? No, okay. Well, what if we come out like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? And 4, 5, 6. Nah. That's not gonna work. Bring it out a little bit more and try to curve this way. I don't know. That might have just been the perfect angle to make it work, because we probably could make it go into a tunnel, kind of like that. And then have it come up. I don't know. Kind of like that. That's not the worst thing in the world. It could be a lot... well, that's a nice... it's a sharp turn, but it's a much more even turn. I kind of like that. I kind of like the outgoing traffic going up into a tunnel. Now, if we do it like that, the real trick, and if we delete this... see, I can kind of hide part of the slope. It's going to be ugly, but I'll only know about it if it's underground. It looks like that's the shallowest we can get it without it just being ridiculous. You can see that's not too bad. It's a little bit steep of a climb, and if we look underground, it's like a really silly climb, but, you know, you can suspend disbelief, and frankly, I think I'm okay with some of the details being a little out of whack. But now this way... we can kind of take this as a point of reference. Let's do a gravel road, and let's say we want to take it and go north and kind of like make it be perpendicular to this line-ish. And that's what that would look like. And so then if we took this thing and moved it, it's going to cost $12,000 to move, and we could put it up on this hill, and it'd be pretty nice. I kind of like that, and have it just kind of be over here. It'll be kind of in the forest area, and then I don't like that. We're gonna have to move it a little bit, I think, because that's ugly. But I do like, and now we're kind of committing to this, because I think maybe if we wanted to do a tunnel, we could get away with it. Let's maybe shoot for trying to make it. Oh yeah, you could do that. Oh, that's a neat idea, actually. That's a really neat... oh god, that's ugly. That is really stupid. So yeah, I'm gonna have to move it, because it's not gonna work like that. So let's see if it'll let us move the train depot without it being stupid and like wanting... okay. So let's see if we move it over like 2 squares. What does that look like? That's still ugly, but I don't know. I don't like that it does that. But let's see what it does Now in the vanilla game on PC, you could probably do some terraforming and see how it like just makes it flat. Like I don't like that at all. But that's why we're experimenting. Delete that little bit there. I would really like it to be able to just come right out of there. But you can see this way we'll just have like a straight shot of trucks coming right around. And then we'll make this into like a little loop. I'm going to experiment with it because we're just going to try to get it up and running at first, and then we're going to experiment with making it more efficient. And I think it's time I get rid of the passenger stations. And they're not really hurting anything, but the passenger trains aren't doing anything for me yet. I don't think I want to delete them though, because they do cost money. Even though I have a lot of money, passenger trains are how much? 45 grand, so, you know, I may as well just turn them off. And, you know, let's do that. Let's go ahead and turn them off. And what's weird is, as long as the trains are already running when you turn off the station, the trains will keep running. And I don't think they cost anything. Maybe they cost something to run the trains, but let's have a look over here. Evergreen Mills is doing good. No more buildings have become abandoned, although there is some traffic collection problems. We're probably, like I said, just going to erase most of this and start over from scratch. One of the main problems is that this road is so close to this one, because I wanted to make there be this neat angle with them kind of following the curve of the highway, and that ended up blowing up in my face, so I don't know, maybe we'll have these exit ramps curve out or something, but we'll experiment with that a little bit later. One thing at a time. So for right now, that doesn't look level to me, but whatever, game. I'm sure I trust you. You're saying it's level, we'll say it's level. Let's move it out another. Ugh. I just don't like that at all. It's not good as it's not bad as like a terminus point if it was just gonna stop there, but it just looks so ugly. I really anticipated having more room to be able to do this. And then if we were going to continue it out like this, it would need to come out like a train trestle and be like, kind of like that. It should be visually interesting, to be sure. Oh god, I don't know how that oh, because that's not the road, it's the railroad. But then we still run into that problem, so the trains would just be clipping through nothing. So, this is why we're experimenting. I did not anticipate just how unlevel this area was going to be. So let's continue experimenting with moving this up more. I think it's going to keep doing this problem until we move it like a massive amount, which, again, I'm not too thrilled with. Yeah, it's going to keep doing that. Maybe we'll move the cargo harbor over. I really like that setup, though. But, you know, I'm also not... And we could always rearrange it later, but I'm not married to the idea of there being a cargo line coming out this way, mainly because I don't know where the hell it would go. I mean, unless I wanted to do, like, if I wanted to have it freeform and then maybe come out, and we'll just get a feel for, like, how much area we're talking about. Because we could have it come all the way out, and I'd be looking at 26,000... And we could conceivably, yeah, we can't get away with that, but you know what I'm saying. Like, we could get pretty crazy if we really wanted to. We could have it. Wow, that's possible? Oh my god, and that would only be 55 grand. I mean, and we could have it come all the way up here and connect to this. I'm thinking of maybe having the freight line come across the bay to maybe create some sort of loop. I'm also kind of mulling around in my head with the idea of making the freight line come across the beach somehow. But some of this area is zoned. It might, I don't know, it would kind of ruin the value of the beach. That's the only thing I don't like. But we could have it come out and go over stuff. I don't know, it would just ruin the view on the beach and probably cause a lot of noise pollution. So, for now, I guess we could experiment with moving things in a little bit more. We kind of made that as even. Well, that's a little off even, but it's a little off even. Let's go and tear up this road. And I'm thinking we'll lay down another road north-south and try to line up the cargo terminal with that new road. I almost am ashamed to tear all of this up. But that's pretty much this game in a nutshell, is I'm always, oh no, what if it would have been perfect like that? What if I'm making a decision that I'm going to regret because I would have just loved that? Let's try moving it over, and this will help kind of get it away from the forest a little bit. So let's try to line that up as best we can with the edge of the map. Like that. And see, it's still going to do that thing that I don't like. So I don't know, maybe it would have been better over there. If we take the train line, it's still going to do that underground tunnel nonsense, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, look at that, it just creates a hole through the map. That's a nice little tunnel if it wasn't just glowing blue like that. So this is an interesting problem that I honestly had not anticipated being as big of a problem. And again, I'm not married to any of this stuff, as much as I would, because part of me is like, oh, wouldn't it be really neat if the trucks leaving the cargo harbor had to come up through a little tunnel in order to deliver the cargo. But I think maybe I'm just asking for too much building it on this slope. Maybe it would be better off kind of right here. I'm just kind of trying to get a picture in my head of how this is going to look. Because on the other hand, I don't want to waste too much of this space over here, because we do have this cliffside and you can't really fit much over here. And the cargo harbor would be like a perfect thing to fit there. But okay, maybe we'll just... God, I hate it when I'm like this. I hate it when I'm in that kind of mood where I'm just like, but what if I ruin it? What if I ruin it and I don't like it? That's really cool, and I wish I didn't have to change it, but... And let's go ahead and get rid of the train line. But you can see it's very resource intensive to do things like this. So maybe like that is going to be better. And then maybe we can still do a tunnel, because I love that tunnel so much, apparently. And that creates a nice little tunnel. And then maybe the tunnel could come up over here somehow, kind of like that. Wouldn't be too bad. And then it could come up like kind of that. And then for now, let's focus on trying to bring this out more. I'm thinking maybe like, because I was thinking even closer, but it looks like no matter how I slice it, and like I said, I actually kind of like the idea of the outgoing traffic going through a little tunnel, so maybe that'll be cool. Let's try bringing it out to maybe here, and then let's go ahead and get rid of the roads here, and literally every time I'm moving this thing, it's costing me 12,000, which is really dumb if you ask me, but... It's still gonna do it. I don't know if I can get away from this. These are some unforeseen problems. And see, it's still gonna do that. That ugliness. I hate that. Although that's not entirely bad, but it has the gaps. It'll bother me if I leave it like... Oh, that's kind of cool, actually, but... It'll only do that if I have the tunnel right there, because that's actually the back of the previous tunnel. See, if I do it like this... It'll kind of do it. I don't know, but that's ugly, if you ask me. That's pretty ugly. And that's pretty much the game saying, I don't know what you want me to do here. Like, you're asking me to do too much. And you can see if we do it this way, we can have a nice little tunnel come out the other side, but we're still left with that gaping hole. So, man, this bothers me a lot. I did not anticipate this being an issue the way that it is. it's just not an even surface to be putting a train yard. Because if we did, and this was actually kind of a problem that I was running into before. We can leave the gravel roads there as a reference point. We can have this come out like this. And if it did that, it would be like a little bit of a slope, but it would be okay. Oh god, see, I was really thinking it wouldn't be this big of a deal. Boy was I wrong, huh? We always move the cargo harbor over. As much as I like the idea of it being close to the hill here, like I said, I'm not married to any of this stuff. And we saved beforehand, so we could do all of this again if we really decided that the money that it's costing becomes too much. So by the time we get out here, though, that's way closer than I wanted to put it. But I think if we get to this point, we won't have to tunnel through the side of the mountain, which is good or bad, depending on who you ask, I guess. Oh god, but then that puts us like this, which would make it good for this train station. Which is not the worst if we're not trying to continue it off in that direction. We just end up with this ugly little jagged corner, which is fine if that's the terminus point, because then it puts the train station in this nice little, I don't know, like little kind of mountain hamlet, sort of surrounded by cliffs. It's kind of cozy if we can get it to work right. And then if we did that, what would it look like? So we could make it go into a tunnel to try to make it, like, smooth. I don't know how well that's gonna work. And then I guess if we did that, we could technically have, like, a street going over to be able to help with traffic if something needed to go in that direction. So maybe we'll do that like that. That's kind of cool. Then we do have these weird little dips where the train has to kind of bloop, and I don't like that. I like to try to minimize train tunnels if I can manage, but we're also building on a slope, so we're having to kind of make some weird decisions. God. Let me go ahead and get the Twitch companion running up and running here. I really thought this is like a lot of projects that I do here in cities, is I have a vision in my head, and then I think, oh, that's such a good idea, let me go do it. And then I sit down and I try to do it, and I realize it's so much more work than I ever anticipated. Oh god. I don't know. If we're gonna... Let's go ahead and turn that down. If we're going to be okay with it being in the cliff like that, then we may as well just move it back to being kind of embedded in the rock. I just don't like any of this. I thought I would be able to get it much closer. And I'm also, like I said, I'm not married to any of this stuff, so I can go ahead and get rid of this crap. I'm gonna tear up the industrial district anyway, so we may as well just kind of get rid of some of this stuff. Get rid of all these buildings, maybe relocate some of the wind farms down here. But all these buildings would disappear because I just destroyed the road they were connected to. And we do have a need for industry, but whatever, we'll fix it. We'll fix it later. I don't know where I would move these. Where they would still be connected to the power grid. I guess they could come down here, although that's not high enough wind. That's an area of low wind around there. This is actually one of the best places for them because there's such high wind strength over here. We could get these to come out. And I guess we can put them fairly far out. So let's go ahead and relocate these for now. And it's only going to cost, what, $2,400? That's expensive, but, you know, in the grand scheme of things, we got a lot of money. And I do like the wind farms being kind of out in front on the water in front of the industrial area. That does make it a potential navigational hazard for ships. So I don't know how I feel about that. We might have to address that at some point if ships start hitting them. They're probably not, but... I did want the train yard to kind of be off in the corner away from the industry. not away from, but just off to the side. But we may as well, since we're already starting, we could move this over more and have it be a little bit like that, and maybe that's going to put it on some more level ground. And all these poor trucks that are just driving on nothing now. We can have this come out freeform, which would make it a much nicer kind of coastal road. And then have the train station be much closer. So we'll probably go ahead and delete all of this. Maybe even part of the passenger line. Whoops, I gotta be careful. I don't want to delete those naturally occurring trees. That's the forest. Let's go ahead and tear all this up because we're not going to need it. We're going to get rid of all of this. Okay. May as well get rid of that. We may as well get rid of the park. I feel bad that I'm destroying all these jobs, but the game is paused. The time is stopped anyway. Okay. Traffic would come up at an angle like that, and then it would pretty much just kind of go up like that. Ish. So what happens if we put it out that far? If we do that, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. It does create a little bit of a slope right there, but it gets the proximity that I wanted, and then if we wanted to continue the train tracks, I would take that a little bit more, although that is precariously perched. But then that would mean that if we wanted to continue the train tracks out, it would let us make a really nice little level bridge, which I like that a lot, actually. We might even leave that bridge. Then we're left with the problem of where do the trains go to get around the ships. But I don't know, maybe they would go out in this direction somewhere. And we could experiment with moving this out a little bit. It doesn't have to be quite that close, so I could take it. But I do like this better. As much as I wanted it to be further up the slope, I think it's better that it's down low in this natural kind of valley. And I would eventually like to experiment with putting more cargo harbors, but let's build that bridge when we come to it. Let's move this over 2 squares and see how that looks. Now that creates a much more natural little slope. Kind of not natural because it's just stopping unceremoniously. I liked it better actually when it was kind of nestled in the rock. So we might, you know what we could do? We could go ahead and save in one of these additional saves that I have. Oh god, that's Evergreen Mills way back when, before I started all that additional construction. But let's go ahead and save right there. And we could experiment with trying to push this over just a tad. So basically what we could do is, and I'm appalled at how much money I've spent already. We went from like 21 million, like 2,100,000, and now we're down to 19,000? There's not really a shorthand for speaking in millions like that. Alright. I guess I knew this was going to be expensive no matter how I sliced it, but... So if we put it like that, it would come to a natural little... But that's a little farther up than I would like. It's probably not hurting anything. I just liked the way it looked. So I don't know, this is me in my naturally indecisive state. That's kind of nice. Kind of is the key word there. So if it was to come out like that, yeah, that's a little bit of an incline. We could make it do like that, and that would be pretty straight, and then it could come out onto the water, and then it would, and then it would be too low. I don't know. It's all just theory. I guess that's a little high up. We could adjust that, but whatever. At least in theory, the train tracks could continue off in this direction. Let's try moving it maybe like 1 square, even though that's gonna cost 12,000. Still fucking expensive. That's not too bad. I guess we did move it up a fair amount when we moved it just now. Just make a decision already, Art. Believe me, I know. I have to suffer with me on a daily basis. That's a little bit nicer. See, that's more of a natural end point, and it still has that kind of cliffside, and it's still close to the harbor. Alright, so let's experiment with... No. Let's experiment with putting some 6-lane roads. I think I want them to be straight, but I'm not certain. Because basically the way I'm thinking I want this to go is I don't want there to be any zoning on this road. This road is kind of going to be isolated, and that's the point. So I'm thinking I want another road to kind of come out like... How does the zoning going to work? If we do that, you can see it puts 2 zoning squares on this side and only 1 zoning square on this side. So I'm not super happy about that, but I also wanted to, I think, experiment with some more 2-lane roads and make this be kind of a lower traffic corner, maybe, than it would otherwise be. And then let's make this maybe like that. I'm not really sure where the zoning is attached there, actually, now that I'm looking at it. But I'm kind of liking this. So what happens if we do the same thing over here? And again, I'm not sure which side of the road these zones are on. If I spawn buildings there, I don't know which side the buildings are going to be attached to. But I'm kind of liking this. No. See, what I'm hoping I can do here is get rid of that and then make this come over here and then make that be a little free-form curve. We need to bring that down lower in order to make this work correctly. So we could do this, and then we could do straight, and then we could have that come down lower, like that, I'm thinking. Yeah, just like that. And I guess... Ooh, okay, we could make these 2-lane. That'll work. Okay, or 1-way, that is. So we could have this come out straight like this. So we could have, and like I said, we're reworking the industrial district as we go here. I don't know why that's doing that. Oh, I think a bus stop migrated over here somehow. Watch. I bet you there's a bus stop there. Yeah, see? Because I deleted some roads that had bus stops on them, so it had to, like, hop the bus stops to a location where they would fit. So that's weird. We're probably just going to redo the bus stops as well. And I'm hoping I'm going to reduce pollution. One of the problems I ran into before was having the industrial sector so close to the water was actually making the ground pollution, I'm pretty sure, seep into the water. It's hard to tell because it was near my sewage drainage, but it just seemed like the water pollution persisted for a very long time, and I'm wondering if the industrial buildings that close weren't polluting the water as well a little bit. Boy, this might just be a massive... Because like I said, I want to completely tear up the industrial park and redo it from scratch. And I think this is going to be a good starting, jumping off point, having the shipping terminal here. So we'll have this road run close to the water because it doesn't need to have a lot of room. And then I'm kind of thinking traffic will just naturally... So let's go ahead and make this freeform, and let's make it come up like this. And I want it to go kind of just like that. And make a nice little, like, kind of... And if I wanted to make that a perfect 90 degrees, I could do curve. I don't use curve very often because it's a little... So what is that, like 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3? Make a nice little curve there. I don't know if it's going to let me connect correctly, so... But then that leaves a nice little flyover, and we'll have to experiment, because once I start actually having traffic come through here, we might find out that this just is not suitable at all. But I like it so far, so... and I'm a little skittish when it comes to making changes, so let's, instead of 3, let's do 4. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then will that make a nice little perfect 90 degree? That's pretty nice. I like that. Oh, it's going to be such an undertaking, but like I said, we're going to completely tear up the industrial park. So that's 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. So that's a nice little curve there that I actually really, really like. It's at a bit of an angle, but that's okay, because then we have that going kind of northerly. Might even be able to make that a wider angle, but whatever, it's fine. And then we're kind of going to do something similar over here, where I think I can get away with having more leeway, but I don't really know how long I want to make this. I don't really have a plan here. It's just I'm letting it kind of fall where it may. So let's do something similar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then that should line up right there. And then we should be able to make this come back like that. Okay. So we have a nice little circuit here around the shipping area. And then I'm not totally sure how I want to do this. I'm thinking... I'm kind of sure I want it to be one way, so we'll do upgrade, and then we'll just make all of this one way, and then we'll change the direction as necessary. Now, unfortunately, you can't change the okay, so when you place a rail station, like the cargo terminal I have here, that rail station is, what do you call it? It's attached to a road. I lay down the road first, and then I manually place the rail station on the road. The cargo dock is different. You place the cargo dock on the water, and it comes with a section of road. You can see I'm prompted with the option to change roads, and then when I mouse over this, I can't change it, because that's technically part of the cargo station. If I select this building, like I think I have to look at the transportation tab. If I look at the oh, I guess it doesn't count it. That's weird. But if I select the building, it highlights, you can see... Like if I go to move it, it takes the road with it. It has that little section of road with it. Whereas if I select this building, you can see it doesn't highlight the road, and if I move it, there's no road attached. So it's weird when I'm doing something like putting in one-way roads, because it makes it so I can't change the road that actually connects to the cargo station. You can see it still keeps a lane going the other way, and it kind of works because... Maybe this could be 2 lanes. The only thing I'm worried about is traffic turning into each other. And once we get this, like, going, I'll be able to show you some more of that. But basically... Wait. Which way is this going? That way is the way I want it to go. It's deceptive because it doesn't always show the direction of the one-lane roads. I think if I recall correctly, the PC version has at least one mod that will show you highlighted arrows whenever you're using the Road Tools interface that just kind of points in the direction that roads are going. So I'm thinking of making this basically be a self-contained loop, and then like I said, we're going to completely destroy Detroit anyway, so let's go crazy with the bulldozer? I don't know, this is going to be the first radical redesign of an area of the city that I've previously built. So I'm nervous, and I've never done anything this massive in terms of restructuring, and it's basically going to massively disrupt the economic balance of the city, because it's going to create a massive inflation in the demand for industrial zones. But I'm hoping that I can get all these changes done while the time is paused, and I'm hoping if I can manage to do this in one sitting and maybe even save and come back later, I can just have all of this complete. And I won't have to worry about the economic fallout because I will have it all replaced and back up and running. So if the game was running with time normally, oh god. I'm going to leave that there. That's an incineration plant. I don't want to delete that. But if time was running normally, these buildings would start to disappear immediately as soon as I disconnected them from roads. But because time has stopped, we have to go around and just manually delete them. Fuck. So I don't know if I like this, because I was hoping to take it Detroit Industrial Park and just completely move it over. So maybe one of the things we'll end up doing is, like, if I was going to experiment with it here, I could do straight, and I could take a 6-lane, and I could elevate it, and I could have it come like... And we could get pretty crazy to be able to accommodate through traffic. So I could... Oh, and you know what we could even do, which would be cool, is have these come out and go flat like that. That's really cool. So, like, I keep talking about not being married to things. This is another thing we're not married to. Oh, look at that. We can make it, like, really level. Which would be cool. I don't think I'd want it that close to the train depot. But point being, I can keep this a self-contained loop to limit the amount of traffic exclusively to things making deliveries. With a couple of connecting streets, and then I could still expand in an industrial area over here by having flyovers take traffic away from here. The reason I want to do that is because I'm thinking, and I do that a lot too, I do a lot of thinking. I'm thinking I want to have... See, let's experiment a little bit. I want to have another 6... And this is going to be too much because you can see it only leaves like those little short gaps of zoning. So I want to have a 6-lane road going in here running parallel. And we're basically just going to build from the corner out and see if we can't get this to work and look pretty. Although that might just be asking for too much. If we have to settle on one, let's settle on working for now. So let's experiment with the zoning areas. I kind of want to limit zoning on this road, because if I put buildings on that road, then trucks are going to have to stop to make deliveries, and it's going to clog up traffic, and I really just want this to be a self-contained loop for traffic. And we might even make that closer, because I think we could fit an entire additional road right in the middle there. We could, like, I think it would, I mean, it's clipping, it's like snapping onto the roads around here, but yeah, see how when I do that, we could fit another road in the middle. So maybe I'll make this loop even closer together. I don't think it needs to be... Matter of fact, you know what? Let's just experiment, because we're experimenting a lot. And then I can make those curves a little bit nicer. Don't be wrong, baby. You got nice curves, but, you know, we gotta experiment a little bit. What if we only made that 2? So let's do this. Or what if it was only 1? Would that be too close? It's not bad. I think that's a little close. Let's do 2. So we're trying to balance aesthetics and efficiency. It's not going to be hyper efficient, and we're okay with that. But I like that. You can see it creates a little bit more of a ridge line there, just because of the elevation difference, trying to shift the terrain to accommodate. But that's 3 spaces, and the 3 spaces is nice, and the 2 spaces is maybe a little bit closer. Almost a little uncomfortably close. So, like I said before, I am indecisive. Watch the stream long enough, and you will come to recognize that as a defining characteristic of my personality. And then if we did freeform, it would be like this. And that's pretty nice. You can see the elevation differences are more pronounced. Like over here, it creates this weird little differential that I'm not super thrilled about. But I don't know about you guys, but I'm happy with that. And then that gives us more space to be able to put dedicated industrial area. So let's go ahead and pull out the curve tool. Oops. And let's make this go now only 4 units because it's shorter. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we can whip out the straight tool and just connect these directly like that. Okay. So that's not bad. I think it looks a little bit more like a racetrack now, but we're trying to balance form and function. That's the name of the game. Whoops. No, not straight. Curved. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what I'm doing with this first button press is picking the pivot point. So now the curve is going to pivot on that point that I selected. So now when we go 1, 2, 3, 4, it creates a nice little 90-degree turn, and then we can connect another straight road just like that. And I kind of don't like it as much. Maybe I can learn to love it. But anyway, let's take a 6-lane. That's a highway. We want to do a 6-lane, and we want to experiment with how we can lay this out so that it'll have ample zoning. And again, we're running into this problem where I can't exactly tell where the zones are connecting. But 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's move it over one more because I have an idea. If I really even want to do that, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think maybe it would be too busy like that, but let's experiment. Because like I said, I'm trying to maximize zoning efficiency while also giving consideration to traffic. And a lot of this is going to be experimental, and a lot of it we're going to have to change later. But if that gives us one space, yeah, that's what I want. So what I'm thinking is, and I'll give you a little example, if we took out the zoning tool and we did fill, if I took industrial zoning, because I think, like, if we just filled this in, it would just do that. And then buildings would build on either side, and some of would be connected to this road, and that would mean that industrial trucks would come down this road to make deliveries, and they would disrupt the traffic that's going to the cargo dock, and I don't want that. So what I'm thinking is, and as a matter of fact, we could do this. We could fill that up, and then I could use the select tool and just hold X and get rid of this little strip so that the zoning is all on this side, and then that way we would build industrial buildings on this road and not on the other road. So I actually like that idea a lot. And let's run with this a little bit. And this is, like I said, this is going to cause economic disaster whenever I start running the simulation. So we're going to try to get as much done as we can without turning on the game, which may be a bad idea. Let's do one space over. Oops. So we're going to do the same thing over here. Then we're going to do freeform, and hopefully it's going to make a nice little curve like that. That's perfect. And if we use the zoning tool again, we would say zone, and then we would say fill, and we would fill that up, and we would probably fill up these little corner buildings too. And then we would use the select tool and get rid of this last little edge so that no buildings would zone there. And then we got to figure out, do I want to make that a three-way intersection? I don't know yet exactly, but what I do know is I want to probably move this incineration plant out of the way. So let's, you know what we can do? We could take like a straight road, whoops, and we could like move it really out of the way and just do straight and then make a little roadway over here somewhere. How much would it cost to move this? 6,000. That's kind of a lot, but whatever. Let's move it over there to get it out of the way. And now we can start tearing up even more of the industrial park. Like I said before, everything must go. We're getting rid of everything. It's going to be terrible. I'm thinking I want to change these. These are office buildings now, so I got to think about how I'm going to manage traffic flow. Because what I'm thinking now... maybe... I kind of like this road because it does a good job of snaking really close to the shore. This might be a... I mean, this is... I kind of didn't... I anticipated coming down here and redoing the cargo dock, and that was going to be it. But as it turns out, it's going to be way more work than that. So we may as well just go balls to the wall here. And how much does it cost to move that? 9,000. It's money. But whatever, it's out of the way, and then with that gone, we can get rid of these roads. And that poor train is going to disappear from existence. And then we can get the train tracks. All of this stuff was temporary. All of this stuff, I just laid it down to have it down. I'm not married to the locations on any of it. And now we can go ahead and get rid of all of this stuff, which means we're probably going to need to relocate some more buildings. Those bus routes are going to get destroyed. We may as well go ahead and get rid of the bus routes now to try to minimize traffic disruption once the game unpauses. Oh god, this hurts. This is making me sick a little bit, destroying all of this stuff. And you can see the ground pollution is just awful because this was just a dense industrial area. Oh, all these poor people, time's just gonna unfreeze and like the entire mass transit system will just have disappeared and they'll all be very confused. So now let's go ahead and do a 6-lane, and I kind of want to do something similar here where we take that out. And we're gonna try to make it more geometrical, whereas before it was more free-handed. And One more over. Oh wait, we don't have to do that. Now we want it to be like this. Okay. And that way we'll get equal zoning on either side, and it's going to be a very, very dense, what do you call it, industrial area. I should know what it's called, shouldn't I? Okay, 2 more, so 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1 down. Whoop, okay. Like that, and then, whoops. Should be able to say freeform, and make a nice little even turn. That's perfect. Actually really happy with how the turns are coming out. So now when we zone this, we can use the fill tool, and you can see it's going to make it nice and even on both sides. So if I do that, it just does 1 block fill, but if I was going to illustrate just to show you, zones go back 4 squares from the road, so you can see we have our 4 squared zone area here that's going to connect to that little 2-lane road, and then we have our 4 square zone area here that's going to connect to that. And then if we wanted to, we wanted this to be like a loop, a closed loop, so we're not going to connect that, but what we could do is we could take a 2-lane road here, and if it'll let me, right on the corner, I'd like to make it right on the corner and make it straight, and just have it come out like, oh god, I don't like that it's making me do that. Maybe I can turn off snapping. It's going to have to unpause the game for like a split second. Okay. For some reason, they thought it would, oh fuck, that doesn't work. Wait. Can we make it happen? Will it work? It won't. Why not? That really bothers me. Will it let me do it with maybe a smaller road? Is this just too sharp of an angle? What? That really bothers me. I don't know why it's not letting me do that. I don't know. It's really gonna bug me making that come out at an odd angle, but let's go ahead and enable snapping and then pause the game again real quick before everything comes crashing down. So I don't know what I'm gonna do here. Maybe, because I want this road to connect down to this one. So maybe we'll make it like a little 3-way intersection. I don't know. Because we could do like that, which would work, but it would just be ugly. I don't like the way it looks. So we do that. And I guess that works. I don't know. Because then the alternative would be to like do that and then make this weird little 3-way stop sign that is not very optimal at all. And then I guess the alternative would be, you can see how I get hung up on the details. Like this, and then have the other one come out from the other side where it'll fit, and I don't think it'll let me, okay. And that way we know that's the corner point, and then we can have this come up and connect to the corner there. And that looks nicer. That's more symmetrical, and it's probably going to give us more even zoning. You can see it lines up better right there. And I kind of like that, actually. We might leave that. And we'll see how traffic flows. These are 2-way streets, so the intersections are just going to be stop signs. It's not going to grind everything to a fucking halt. So my notion is that this road in the middle is going to be like an arterial. It's going to, like an artery. It's going to let traffic flow because it's a 6-lane. So I'm going to endeavor to try to limit, I'm not even sure how I'm going to do this, but I'm going to try to limit the number of intersections on that as much as possible. And I'm thinking here, I want the loop to be as self-contained as possible, and I'm not even entirely certain where I want the entrance point to be. Maybe on either side. Because traffic is going to try to flow out of the industrial area and get onto that loop. And if I make it a 1-way, then if they turn there, it's just going to be a mess kind of any way we slice it. So I'm just thinking here. I think, what do I think? I think we're probably going to have to try multiple iterations in order to get this to work properly. But I think I want roads to come off like this. And I'm not sure if I want them to be 6-lane or not. But then this way, traffic would come down this way, and it would be able to take a right turn and get on this little 1-way loop. But then I'm also not too happy with... See, this works really well because traffic that's... Huh. So I'm not sure how I like that. That would actually mess up traffic flow. I don't think I'd like that at all. Because, okay, trucks that were coming off of the shipyard would be able to drive along this road, and they'd be able to come up here, and then they'd be able to turn right into the train depot, and then they would unload, and they would come back out, and then they would drive out, and then they would need to turn here. And if this is a traffic light, then traffic's immediately going to get backed up from the traffic leaving the train depot trying to turn left. So that wouldn't work. So where could I provide a good exit point? Maybe, See, it's better to get this stuff out of the way now than to have it be a problem later, when, you know, we just make everything run and then go, oh crap, like that's gonna not work. So one of the good things is that when you have two-way streets like this, see, one of the things I experimented with was making a lot of the roads very high capacity, and that had the unintended consequence of making a lot of traffic lights that caused buildup and then eventually gridlock. And so in industrial areas, one of the things I was experimenting with over here in Evergreen Mills was making, for one, I wanted to make them gravel roads because it looks nicer for a tree farm. But one of the things that that does is it creates intersections that are just stop signs so that truck traffic can kind of just free flow past each other. I mean, obviously, two trucks that are trying to turn into the same road have to yield to one another, but it doesn't create these long stoplights with a lot of backup. And when you have a combination of high-speed roads, see, the 6 lanes are the highest speed next to the freeway. And so if you make a lot of 6-lane roads and then have a lot of intersections, you create a lot of high-speed traffic that has to stop at an intersection. So the traffic is flowing fast enough that it builds up at that intersection before the intersection can effectively let it off. So it just creates a cascade effect. So you want to balance making the high-speed roads really long and not have a lot of intersections. Whereas with the smaller roads like this, you can get away with making them have more frequent intersections and it's less of a problem. So again, we're probably going to have to experiment, but I'm thinking, like I said, I do a lot of thinking. I'm thinking I want to do this. So that's going to connect right there, and then we can make a curve, and we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, and then have that come over here. And we can make that, and so this way traffic might get backed up if there's a lot of through traffic, but there shouldn't be a lot of through traffic if I'm right. And I do hope I'm right. But see, if we make this one way again, we could go to upgrade. Oh, and I fucked it up. Fuck! Okay. When you're in the bulldozing tool like this, and you try to switch track layout, it freezes. It's currently an issue with the Xbox. It's no biggie. Just if you're thinking about playing the Xbox or if you haven't played it yet, you know, just be aware. All you have to do to fix it is save your game. And I'm going to look at some of these save options. And then you just have to load that save game, and then it's fine. Oh, we got some comments here. Shout out to LowCKM. Oh god, you're going to have to spell that phonetically, because I'm sure I'm butchering that for you. Oh, I know! You know, you're not the first person to say that. One of my friends that I showed this game to, he said that exact same thing, is I wish you could, whoops. I wish you could load this into Grand Theft Auto and drive around in the city. Unknown Soldier says, question, wanna buy this, but does this game work if I unhook the one from the internet? I don't know that for a fact. But I know that this is not SimCity 2009. It does not require an internet connection to play, and in fact, it's exclusively single player. You can't play with other people. Now, this is conjecture, but I would imagine so. I would imagine it lets you play offline. Talking about internet connectivity, I'm going to kind of go in an opposite direction. I actually have my Xbox profile synced, and I'm thinking I might do the same thing over here and make it like a shorter loop. I have my Xbox One profile synced, and I actually go to work and they have an Xbox One in the break room, and it automatically syncs my save games, and so I can play this over there, and that's pretty cool. 3, 4. So if you have like a friend's, if you want to show a friend, you could take this over to his house and bring it, and he would totally be able to see you play it, and that would just be cool, I think. So that could be some industrial zoning, but actually I kind of liked that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a disconnected 2-lane road and make it be like this. No, I want it to be straight. So make it be like, maybe like this, and have that come down kind of like that. And then what we can do is we can just put some nice little, we can manually zone this so that only this zone will be built like that. And I'm gonna see if I can show you, when you zone buildings, the game does a really good job of automatically generating buildings that are the correct size. So if you zone, so it creates an interesting mix. Like you could just block zone it. Like I'm gonna try to find an example of some block zoning. I did block zoning over here where I made the streets very neat grid lines, so as many buildings were the maximum size as possible. And while it looks really neat and orderly, it does also create a lot of samey buildings. Over here in the industrial area, you can see that when you zone like a 4x4 block, it generates like a larger, I'm trying to find a good example. It generates like some of these larger industrial buildings. That's a skinnier industrial building. That's kind of a generic size industrial building. That's a generic size industrial building. But then when you zone smaller areas like individual squares, it creates these interesting little smaller industrial buildings that I really like. A good example of what some of these look like and how they can be very aesthetically pleasing. If we come over here to Evergreen Mills, that's kind of a generic large industrial building, which looks really cool. It has that smokestack that looks really cool next to the bridge like that. That's just a really cool effect. And then kind of intermixed in here, we have smaller industrial buildings that occupy some of these little areas, and it creates these interesting little fuel tanks, which otherwise, you know, you don't get those if you do exclusively large zoning blocks, you know what I'm saying? So this is another really good example. There's like, if I look at my zoning map, these are just little 1-square industrial zones along the side of the railroad tracks. And that's a really cool effect, having these little fuel tanks. You can't manually place fuel tanks. So if you say, I want this area to be fuel tanks, you need to make the roads really skinny and just zone little 1-square areas in order to make them turn into fuel tanks like that. So that's one of the things I want to consider as I'm laying out this new industrial park, is I don't want it to just be all block zoned and samey and boring. But if we're going to make this a stoplight anyway, then I want to go ahead and make this be another road coming this way at another nice angle. And then we can experiment with some more kind of semi-block zoning like that. Yes. Unknown Soldier says, thank God it's not SimCity. I tell people this is the game that SimCity 2013 was trying to be. I think, if I recall correctly, SimCity 2013, number one, it's persistent online, and while that's really cool, and you have to think about imports and exports from other player cities, it had the unintentional side effect of making it so that you had like a very limited little square, because they didn't want you to run into other people's cities. So you had a city here, somebody else had a city over here, somebody else had a city over here, and you could very quickly fill up the entire map. You can see I have this dotted line delineating the border of the buildable space, and I've had to stop building in a couple areas because I've hit that border, but that's just because I happened to build near the border. I didn't have to do that. And it's also worth mentioning, when I look at my areas, when I started, I just had that little area in the middle, which you can't even see anymore because there's so much cluttered shit going on. And I purchased this area, and this area, and this area, and I think this area. No, I don't have that area yet. And I have this area. You can see I've actually hit a milestone. I only have 5 areas. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I can have up to 9 total. So I hit a milestone. I have the option to buy another plot of land. So if that doesn't give you like a little bit of a perspective, like I could go down here and I could get that area that has the harbor. I could go up here and I could get that area that has some ore and be able to mine ore from those hills. I could come up here or up here and be able to connect to the external rail line that's going along the top edge of the map that you can hardly see because of how far away it is. So I have options. So the cities can get fucking huge, although it's actually pretty impressive just how quickly you can fill up an entire... Not quickly, this took a lot of work. Do you connect the water pipe system manually? Yes. This is my water pipe system. Yes, another satisfied customer. So many people like watch me play this and are like, holy shit, you can play this on the Xbox? Yeah. So the water pipes, thanks for reminding me, by the way. I'm going to have to repipe this system. The water pipes, if you can imagine, I'm pumping water. Right now my pumping station is located over here. I have these 4 pump stations, and they're all connected via water pipes. And then the water pipes continue off in this direction because they're also going to the sewage treatment plant, which is giving away excess water. In order to have your city function normally, you have to have your water system connected to sewage treatment and to water pumps. And from those 2 points, the water network expands out and connects to the rest of the city, and it's an absolute mess of honeycombing tunnels. If you can imagine, you don't have to connect the water pipes to every single building manually. They just, every time you place down a water pipe, it gives you a little area of coverage. And as long as you're covering the area with coverage, they get water and sewage, and it's kind of automatic. It's kind of similar in terms of power. You don't have to manually string up power lines to everything. Buildings that are close enough together have a little radius where they'll kind of conduct power. So as long as an area is dense enough, power gets conducted normally. But you can see I do have power lines that are, the blue line represents how far power is transmitted from buildings, but then beyond that area, you do have to manually connect via power lines. You can see some wind farms over here generating power. I'm having to manually transmit that power to get power to my water pumps over here, and then it has to go further along the mountainside over here to get to the sewage treatment plants to give those power. So it's more for connecting distant items. There are a lot of times when you'll connect something manually with power. Like I have this incineration plant over here on a hill that has to be connected via power to kind of get some of the power from the wind farms. And then eventually, as the urban sprawl grows and buildings get close enough to transmit power manually, you can remove those connections and they just transmit power normally. At any rate, I'm still thinking here. I think I want to, because it's weird, and there's a lot of considerations that you don't have to make early game that later on you realize are going to be problems. Traffic volume picks up massively as you play the game more, and I have the game paused, so we're not going to see too much of that. But a good example is Evergreen Mills. I expanded this area out so much, and I only have one real freeway on-ramp, or off-ramp, and so traffic is backed up for like a quarter mile of people trying to take this one little rinky-dinky off-ramp with a 2-lane ramp and then like a stoplight. And I don't want to unpause the game because it's going to wreck my industrial center and tank my economy. But you can see traffic here is kind of a nightmare. I need to rework this whole area eventually, one thing at a time. Right now I'm focusing on trying to redo my industrial area. So I'm thinking I want to keep this coastal road, and I'm also thinking I want to do... Oh, that's the other thing I was going to say, is traffic prioritizes based on road. So if I recall correctly off the top of my head, highway speed limit is 100. I don't know if that's miles per hour relative, but it's 100 at least in terms of game value, kind of like if you're talking about a health bar. 100 is max speed. Freeways is 100 speed, and then if you can imagine, 2-lane roads are only 40 speed, which is slow for long distance traffic, but good for like smaller areas because it lets traffic move around more controlled. And then somewhere in the middle, or somewhere towards the upper scale, are 6-lane roads like this that I think go at 80 or 60. I think 80. I think these are 80, and then I think the 4-lane roads are 60. So like I could show you real quick, 4-lane roads occupy the same space as 6-lane roads, but they're a little bit slower. They don't carry as much traffic. So my notion is that I want, and maybe I'll put 2 lanes. We'll see how it goes. Or 4 lanes. I always get those mixed up, 4 lanes and 2 lanes. And if we did space already occupied, so we can't change that one for some reason. So I don't know, maybe we'll just keep this as 6 lanes. But if you can imagine, traffic will try to prioritize the fastest route. So they'll go primarily on your freeways, and then as they get closer to areas that require like more precise movement, they'll get off the freeways and go onto surface streets, but they will prioritize 6-lane roads because they go the fastest. We'll kind of stick towards the middle when it needs to get places. Traffic will come in and turn onto the 6th lane, I'm hoping. So I'm experimenting with this. I don't know how symmetrical I want it to be. I also want to experiment with having some zones that aren't like the full blocks, because I want it to be efficient, but I don't want it to be overly efficient. So maybe we'll do like this. No, one more over. Like, whoops, this. And then we'll have this come out like that, and kind of have like a tiered system. I don't know exactly how it's going to work. And I guess if we're going to do this, we may as well start tearing... I think the freeway I'm going to leave because I need it for traffic, because otherwise... I have to start thinking about how I'm even going to have the freeway laid out. Maybe we could have the 6-lane be a one-way loop and come back around on itself, because I don't even know how big I want the industrial park to be. I'm thinking I'm gonna like extend it more up this way to kind of give me some more space in this area for expansion. I want to try to bring the city out this way and kind of move the industrial park to be further over this way to give me more room and to kind of lessen the pollution. If I look at my info panel, the pollution is pretty bad. The industrial park just pollutes like a ground area around it. I'm gonna step away for just a second because I do have to use the restroom, and because we're doing all this work, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to leave the game paused. Normally I like to let it run and watch some traffic, but I'm just gonna try to make this quick. I'm gonna be right back and hopefully try to recharge creativity a little bit, get some more done. Like I said, try not to take too long. So I'm just kind of mulling this around in my head. One of the things you learn pretty quickly about this game, which you may like or you may be a little disappointed in, depending on who you are, is that very quickly realistic real-world traffic patterns become untenable and just not doable. There are mods on the PC that let you have more precise control over things like traffic light synchronization, but one of the problems I'm running into in this area is that, like, over here I built, this is like one of the first freeway exchanges I ever built. You can see I didn't even make it straight right there. That bothers me. I'll fix it. But the freeway exchange, as opposed to something more modern like this freeway interchange, which, mind you, is connecting to another freeway going north-south, but it's a little complicated and I could probably make it better, but it's trying to be compact. And then one of my more modern freeway overpasses is this, which is kind of more of a traditional, like Western freeway exchange, freeway overpass, or underpass rather. Kind of a little bit more organized. This was one of the first ones I threw together, and it's an absolute nightmare. And part of the problem is that freeway traffic getting off, and I don't think there's an exit, but like right here, the ramp comes around, it goes under the freeway, and then it gets off right there, and that creates a stoplight. And then the next intersection is right here, so traffic trying to get off the freeway here barely gets to move a little bit before it hits a red light, and then it backs up, and then even though this light's green, no traffic can move because that next light is red and traffic is backed up. So it's just a mess. One of the things you can do to kind of alleviate that mess is have freeway entrances come out onto one-way streets. And I'm thinking that's what I'm gonna do with the newly designed industrial park. And I think since we're already going ham, I'm gonna go ahead and just start deleting fucking everything and just start laying down roads from scratch. So I think we're gonna go ahead and get rid of all of these buildings. This is one of the biggest renovation projects I've ever undertaken. I've never like completely redone and changed this much at once. So it's exciting, but it's also terrifying. So we're gonna go ahead and, like I said before, if time wasn't stopped, these buildings would automatically disappear once I deleted the connecting roads. But because we have time frozen to kind of stave off the invariable economic free fall that's gonna happen as soon as we unstop time, I have to manually delete these buildings. I do like the sound of deleting stuff, though. That's very satisfying. And all these poor trucks are probably just going to disappear from existence because they're not going to know what the fuck to do. Now, I have it in my head, and maybe we'll just delete the incineration plants and replace them, because I think they cost 30 grand, but if I wanted to move them... So that's something I have to think about is... Oh, that's a fish stick factory. That's something I had to think about, is where I'm going to put some of these unique buildings that provide important services, like the incineration plants that dispose of garbage. I don't know what that was, but whatever it was, I just destroyed it. I was just hitting A so fast I didn't even read the confirmation. And whatever, these buildings will automatically get demolished if we try to put new roads on top of them. So wow, here we go, no turning back now, it's gone. I mean, I say, oh, whoops, I accidentally destroyed that incineration plant, so that kind of sucks. But whatever, I have money. I think they cost 30 grand, and I have 2 million, or just about 1,800,000. I think, is that another one? Okay, so that gives us some more breathing room. I'm thinking you gotta be careful with closed loops because you don't want traffic to be trapped. If I was to show you another example, this timber mill here, and I'm gonna show you the district. This is a timber mill. It's exclusively timber, and it's exclusively connected to the outside world by freeways. And one of the problems I ran into is that traffic coming here would, it would offload, and then it can go in either direction, kind of go around in a loop. And then the problem that I ran into is if, say, a truck needed to go to the right and pick up something over here, but then it had another stop that was on the left, it would go back through the loop, and then it would have to come back out to where it connected, and then it would like turn around at a freeway interchange and come back. And so basically, this is great for efficiency because traffic doesn't have to stop, but it's horrible for distance. Like, the trucks are traveling faster, but they're having to go way farther because they're having to travel around this ridiculous convoluted loop. And so you have to be careful when you do a one-way street like this, because any truck going down that one-way street is committed until it hits some kind of intersection where it can get off. And so my notion is I can kind of make it easier on myself here by making this be a one-way street, and then in the middle, and then having all the other roads just be two ways. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and upgrade before I forget. Let's make these one-way streets. Upgrade, and it looks like I think I already made these into one-way, so that's good. And traffic's going that way, and I think I need to change the direction to make it go that way. Nope, wrong way. This way. Really? Why? Okay, there we go. And then let's make this one way going that way. Yes, that way. Yes, yes, and yes, and yes. And then we can't upgrade the one in front of the ship. And then we need to change the direction. And here we run into these problems with there not being any indication of which direction the streets are going, which is bothersome. So that's going... Which way is that going? Can't tell, because there's no arrows. Okay, that's the way it's going. So we're going to go this way. Okay, that's right. And then this all goes this way, and then this turns here. And then this is one way. Yes. Okay, good. So that's one way, and that comes over here. Now this is meeting the wrong way, so turn that around. Good. Now we have a little one-way loop here. And we got to make sure we're accommodating enough traffic. Again, I'm probably going to change a lot of this stuff. Let's go ahead and get rid of this road, since we only really need the road to hold the building. Actually, we don't even need the road to hold the building, but whatever, I'll leave it for now. It doesn't hurt anything. Wow. This is going to be a seriously extensive rework. I'm thinking I want to do... So that's going to be office buildings. I could move that closer, and I think I could get away with it being one lane, or two lanes, I mean. So let's maybe do this. And let's try to make them primarily straight with little deviations. So like if we did... Like here's a little spot that I kind of want to be straight, so it would be like that. And I don't have to worry so much about noise pollution in this area, kind of like that. And so we're getting, and I kind of want this effect. I could try to move it further away from the edge so that all the zones are like 4 deep, but I don't really want that. I want some of the zones to be a little thinner. I want them to alternate to kind of vary the types of buildings that are automatically built there. What to do? Just kind of thinking here. And then maybe have this connect? Or maybe we'll make this really thin, and we can make it be like that, and then have it come like kind of this way. I don't know how I feel about this. And we could make this be like a really narrow area with a lot of traffic, but then the stoplights would be closer together, so we need to be careful. Like this, maybe? And that creates a little weird, uneven zone area that might be visually interesting, but then those roads are really close together, so we'll probably experiment a lot with this layout, and I just don't know that I have like a real creative vision in mind as I'm doing this. Let's go ahead and take another 6-lane out like this. And then we might even get away with tunnels. We could probably do something like, yeah, like that, and then we could make a tunnel. That doesn't take up too much space. That's pretty nice. Yeah, okay, and then we could have tunnels that come over and connect ultimately to this. Now the problem we're going to run into when we do this is that making a tunnel come up a slope is very difficult. Do like that. And that's kind of, that would kind of work, and that would allow us to connect over here. So that's an option. Tunnels also might be an option to connect to the freeway. Hey Mo, how's it going, buddy? Because I gotta think about how I'm gonna connect this to the freeway. That's gonna be the main problem. So, and for some reason, anytime I build something, I can never make it as good as these YouTubers that I see playing this game that are just insane. They blow me out of the water. Hey, buddy. How you doing, Mo? Don't climb on my cords. You want to sit on my lap? Come here. Come on. Oh, and there goes my phone. He's always knocking over something. Hey, buddy. You just chill out. And don't try to compete for attention, because you're going to lose. This game takes way too much of my attention. Isn't that right, buddy? Isn't that right? Mo knows. He knows that this game takes all my attention. But that's cool. That's good to know that you can fit a tunnel within 5 squares and not really disrupt too much of the industry around it. So that's something to note, and that's going to really help us develop this urban area. Isn't that right? You little shit. Oh, okay. Are you done? Are you done already? Do you want to move? What's your plan, Mo? Are you going to sit down? Are you going to chill? Are you going to... Okay. Oh, my goodness. Don't take up too much of my time, Mo. I got to build stuff. You're such a sweetheart. Alright, I guess I'm gonna continue this. I'm gonna continue this in kind of this direction. What do you want, buddy? And then... Oh, God, I'm running out of creative juice like I always do. What you want, Mo? Aw, look at it. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty fucking adorable. So let's make that, like, more even. Kinda come out. Okay, I don't like... Fuck. This is where it all falls apart. Especially when I'm getting off of work, there's a very limited amount of creative energy that you can really dedicate. Sometimes I see people sit down and marathon this game for hours, and I'm just like, how? I'm hoping that the more I play this game, and I'm planning on upgrading to a PC soon, I'm hoping that the more I play this game, the easier it's going to come to me, and just be better. But experimentation is the name of the game, and so a lot of this stuff we're going to be able to change down the line and make more efficient. Isn't that right, buddy? So, planning. You gotta plan ahead so that these problems can be solved before they really become problems. I'm trying to think about how this is gonna link up to the freeway. I'm not sure I'm married to the idea of a tunnel going underground there, although that would be really cool, and that's one of the reasons this tunnel is still just chilling here like it's been here forever. If we did a freeway like this, for example, we could probably make it... Oh, it's going under a metro line down there. That's complicated. We could do something like... Oh, that would actually be really symmetrical. And oh, and I just had to demolish a building to do that. So, whatever. That's an option. You can totally do that. You can totally do that, Mo. What's the matter? I thought you wanted my attention. Do you not want my attention, or what? He can never make up his mind. I can never make up my mind. We're made for each other in that regard, aren't we? Aren't we, buddy? Boy. One of the things you need to consider is the spacing of intersections. So when we're looking at the 6-lane, for example, every single time something intersects the 6-lane, it's going to create an intersection. So this is going to be an intersection, and then this is going to be an intersection. Unless I make it a one-way. If there's a one-way going away from a road, it doesn't create an intersection because traffic can just turn into it. There's no incoming traffic that needs to hold up traffic to turn out. So that's an option. I kind of like the idea of there being a tunnel here going underneath the train tracks. Although we could honestly probably experiment with, like, if we did a 6-lane, we could make it come... Why is it doing this? Oh, because it's trying to snap, that's why. It's weird. We can make it come like this and go, like, over the train tracks and then immediately dip down into a tunnel, which might work, but also might not, so I don't know. Just something to think about. And, like, we could have one coming like this, and I think we could get away with maybe... No, not quite. Tunnel's not quite enough room for a tunnel. But, I don't know. Something to think about. And then that way we could connect it. Because the main thing is the train line. Because the train line is going to come out in a mostly straight line. We can go ahead and lay that down just for a point of reference. And it's going to come out mostly straight, kind of like this. And hopefully not be too ugly. That's not too bad. Kind of comes up at a nice little incline, and then we're just going to have train tracks. And then if we really wanted, we could have little bridges that go over the train. Oh, that's interesting. We could do that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then it would need to come back down somehow, probably like that. It's kind of ugly. I don't really like that. Well, that's not too bad. But just some proofs of concept for some options that we're going to be able to do. You can make trains go up and down on the bridges. I personally don't like to do it as much as I like to do it as little as possible, because to me having a train go up a slope and come back down is just wouldn't make as much sense as having the vehicle traffic go up on bridges. So I'm not married to this being an intersection. So what we can do is we can actually get rid of this, and we can take these roads out more. And then, in fact, over here, we can probably get away with putting some more zoning. Oh, that's a good idea. We can put more zoning next to the train tracks and make that look cooler. And actually, they could technically cross the train tracks like that. It's just that as long as traffic wasn't too heavy, we could get away with that, because the train coming is going to have to stop the traffic that's going across. Not to mention, things can't go full speed. I wish they could over a railroad crossing, because think about it, when you cross a railroad crossing, you can go over it at a pretty decent clip. But in this game, at least, traffic has to slow really, really, really slow to go across railroad crossings. So I'm thinking I want to do... Yeah, because... could we go all the way to the train and make it not look ridiculous? No, it looks totally ridiculous. So maybe we can't do that. Because I don't want, like I said, I don't want any buildings next to this road. I want this road to be completely unobscured so that traffic can flow freely on the cargo harbor. So I'm thinking I want to have a road that comes this way, kind of like that, and that'll allow me to zone some buildings on this road and not limit traffic flow, and it'll make this nice little back road, and I'll be able to have some like fuel tanks and stuff next to the train tracks, which will look cool, and we could probably get away with something similar on the other side maybe. And no, slope too steep. I bet you if we got rid of that... No, I think that's gonna be too steep. Probably do something like this, and that puts like weird zoning next to the train tracks. Not a bad idea, actually. Have there be a nice little industrial area. I don't know if I like that so much, but maybe that can stay for now. And then if we wanted to zone it, we could just put little 1 square zones right here, and then that would spawn little buildings along the side of the train tracks. I kind of like that idea, actually. And if we really wanted to, I see some people make some more aesthetic builds where they lay down multiple train tracks next to each other. And in the PC, you can get mods that let you lay down props. So you could lay down props that would like be little just parked stationary trains that would you know, I don't know, like just make it look like a little train park and little parallel tracks, little like runaway tracks and stuff. So that's an option. As a matter of fact, if we wanted to, we could say. And on the one hand, I want to be careful that I don't get too caught up on details. But on the other hand, I mean, I want to make stuff like this. So, ew, gross. Look at that. That's terrible. See? The perils of building on a slope like this. That is just awful. So, it's an idea. And you can see when you're building on a slope, it tries to, like, adjust things. It, like, adjusts the terrain to kind of, like, fit. Oh, God. It's just awful any way you slice it. Yeah, so that's probably not going to pan out. I'm probably not going to do that. But it's an option, something to keep in mind. It's a cool little idea. And you can see even here the slope is pretty extreme, getting the road up there. That's just something I'm going to have to not let bother me. But okay, I wanted to... Oh boy. Maybe, I wonder if we could get away with maybe in the difference in the elevation doing something like another tunnel, maybe? Because what would happen if we did like a 2-lane? Because again, part of it's aesthetic and then part of it's, because it is a game ultimately, and you do have to balance traffic. It's a big problem. I don't think I could get away with putting a tunnel here. Maybe. Like let's say we got rid of this. And then we could do like a tunnel. Oh, it'll actually work. So can I do it like one closer? Can I do it like that? Oh, that's actually really cool. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I see what's happening. It's snapping onto that. That's not what I want it to do at all. No. Slope too steep, and then if we move it... No, I want time to be stopped. That's terrible. I accidentally unpaused time and didn't realize it. That sucks. Oh, you know what? I think it might actually not hurt my economy because I'm no longer paying upkeep on all those buildings I demolished. I don't know why it's trying to snap to that road. Well, you know what? Maybe we could do like and I think I'm getting a little caught up in the details again, but you know, may as well, right? And then we could do... like that, and then have... Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that makes it a little too steep, but well, it's not too bad. And then it could be like... something like that. So we could have like this neat little thing, and then this could come up and connect. I don't know. We could be really crazy with it. I was thinking maybe having it like here, but then we would have to contend with another traffic light. So this is all just theory, right? But you know, just giving you some ideas. We could have like a little tunnel that connects. So lots of options. I'd be really concerned about traffic buildup doing it that way. But I like that idea a lot. So we'll experiment, and you know, I'm not even entirely certain that I'm going to be able to get this industrial sector up and running in one night. I might have to save and go to bed and come back. Unfortunately, I'm not working tomorrow. But let's go ahead and get rid of some of these buildings. It's going to bother me, those symbols sitting there like that. I think these are pedestrian paths that I put down at some point. Ew, but you can see the pollution is just so awful. It's completely destroyed the land. Oh, and let's go ahead and get rid of the metro lines because they're just going to be a pain in the ass. Unfortunately, some of the features don't work correctly. You're supposed to be able to select a bus and go to Manage Line and then say Delete Line. And you're supposed to be able to just click A and have it be gone, but it doesn't actually work. So I have to like manually delete the bus stop. You can see the bus stops because I deleted all this stuff, like rearrange themselves to try to be on roads. They just kind of like teleport to the nearest road. It's weird, but I'm gonna have to manually delete these. And the poor buses, if I unpause the game, they don't have any way of getting back. And that one's like stuck. I can't seem to get rid of that one. So maybe we'll have to like, I don't know, maybe it'll fix itself. Some of these it looks like are just kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. I might have to put down roads to let them jump onto something. But that's an explanation for another time, talking about bus routes and bus stops. Get rid of that one, 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 and get rid of that one. Any more? There's one. Get rid of that. And get rid of this. And get rid of these. Bloop, bloop. And that little guy. And I think that's all of them. Yeah, okay. So, oh, and I didn't even consider that I'm gonna have to reroute the metro line. I have a subway tunnel that now is completely underground because I deleted the station that it was attached to. That must have been one of the things I erased when I was erasing stuff. So I'm gonna have to figure out where I want the metro station to be, which means I need to start giving consideration to pedestrian paths, which I hadn't even thought of. Maybe I'll have the metro station let off on a bus depot and then have the bus take people around the industrial park, because people have to get to work, which is another consideration that I have to think about. So, oh my god, you can see how it can just very quickly pile up into a logistics nightmare. Let me just think here. I don't think I want that tunnel there for now, because I don't want to hold up traffic. I want to be careful with traffic. That's going to be a problem. We could probably, you know, experiment with having some traffic bypass the 6 lane in the middle by going underground. So we could have like a tunnel that goes like this, and then another tunnel that goes like this, and it would limit some zoning, but it would let traffic flow around the main portion, and I actually kind of rather like that. And then if we look at our zones, we would be able to still fill up all of this, and it would just be sacrificing this little 1, 2, 3. It's only 5 by 2. Oh, I guess it takes the last 2 on the top, so it's like 6 by 2. So you're sacrificing 12 slots to be able to have a little tunnel to let traffic cut through and get around stuff, which is a good idea. I'm not sure how I want to do this. Maybe that would make, so maybe, and on the one hand, I want to be geometric and efficient, but on the other hand, I don't want to get too geometric and efficient, because then when I do that, stuff just comes out like too fake and robotic. So I want it to conform to the land while still being efficient, but not so efficient that it's soulless. So, oh god, and then that's how I end up in these situations where like I just can't think of like what I want to do or how I want to do it. But if we did it like that, I think that'll make a nice little coastal road, and then we can get rid of that, and then make this one come out kind of like, I think maybe disable snapping again. Kind of make this come out like that. Just kind of nice. It makes this nice little semi-jagged kind of thing. I think if we figure out, here's what we can do. If we're really going crazy with it too, we may as well tear up this road. And if we do that, fuck, this is gonna have to be a 2-parter. There's no way I'm gonna conceivably finish all of this in one go. There's so much to design. A lot of this stuff, this industrial park was like, you need industry when you first start the game, and I think that's when I put down the industrial park, is when I first started the game, and it just kind of expanded as I needed to add more to it. And it very rapidly turned into an uncontrollable mess. So I don't know, maybe I want to make this curved, but I'm thinking what I want to do is maintain some overarching symmetry. So I'm going to take this out to create another horizontal line, make that at a 90-degree angle, and then bring that down like this to create another and what I'm doing is I'm creating 90-degree angles of roads that I can then kind of use as a guide to kind of, oh god, I don't know that I like that at all. So maybe not. Maybe I'll have some weird angles, because on the one hand, I want that to be the case, but then on the other hand, you can see, ugh, like if we made, and I don't even want the industrial park to come that close, because I'm thinking I want to put a transit system in here, so I want to make sure I leave myself some space. So the question is going to be roughly how much space do I want to leave myself, and then we'll be able to kind of draw a line. And we're going to have to move some buildings again. So we're going to relocate this. We're going to move it over there. And then what else? We can move our bus depot. It's going to cost how much? 6,000. Fuck, that's expensive. And then we can move our little police station, which is going to cost 2,000. And move our little fire station, which is going to cost 12,000. Holy shit. And then move the cab depots, which is going to cost 3,000. That's expensive, god. Some racket they're running. And these buildings have to be attached to roads, so we're going to move them over here to that road. And then I want there to be like a border line where I can't build anymore. So let's figure out where I want that separation line to be to kind of give myself a nice little border. I'm thinking I want to leave myself enough room over here. So maybe the industrial park is going to be a lot more vertical. So I want to make sure I leave a good gap here. Myself a good enough, and we could expand it later. That's one thing I keep reminding myself is it's not going to be permanent. So I think I want that to be just about the line that separates the industrial park from the rest of it, which means we don't really have all that much to work with. Which means I may make this, if we make it straight, we can make it come out like, let's turn on snapping again. I can make that come out at a 90-degree angle and kind of come up like this-ish, and then, let me see here. Make that, oh wait, is that a 90-degree angle, really? Some of these are coming out at strange angles. Or no, that's the line I just drew. Okay, I gotta be careful I don't get myself mixed up. And look at, I'm already about to run into this stuff, and I'm gonna need to move it again, which is gonna cost like 100,000. So, ugh. Really? Man, I'm burning through money quick. So yeah, let's bring this up. And I can't believe I'm already starting to run out of space. And then let's move this over here to make another 90-degree angle to get a reference point. And then let's delete this. And then I'm gonna want the freeway exit to be somewhere up north, I guess. And then I gotta think about how I want to structure the freeway exit. So maybe I could have another collector road that goes up the middle. It's gonna have to be an iterative process, and I'm gonna have to make the freeway exchange fly over somehow. It's just going to be messy any way you slice it. And I'm probably going to have to divert a lot of traffic to go down Main Street in order to make this work. And you know what? I think we may as well go ahead and get rid of the district, because I'm going to rename it anyway. So, and it's going to be a completely different shape. So let's go ahead and get rid of the zoning for the district. And that'll at least get that name off the screen so we're not looking at it like that. But, whoop, bye-bye, Detroit. God, maybe I should go online and look at some other people's builds and see what they have laid out. It's not bad. So I think continuing with this theme, we're gonna do a little bit more, and some of it's haphazard, some of it's thought out, and it's just kind of a mix. So I'm thinking we want that to be our north point. This would come out kind of like that. And then where do I want the freeway exchange to be? Where do I want it to let out traffic? Probably on the north, I would think. How am I going to make the overpass? So I'm thinking I want to make it like that, and then we'll make it pretty tall, pretty long. and we'll have it come out. I don't know. This is so arbitrary, trying to figure out where I want these things. Then that makes a really nice uninterrupted stretch here. And then one of the other things I might experiment with is like if I take a 2-lane road, and how much does that do? Like that, I could probably get away with doing something like this. Like, let's show a good example. I could do it like this, and then I could connect it like this, and then when I did the zoning, I could do like I could zone it. Whoops. I could zone it like this, and then take off this last area. If I really, really wanted to, I could make it so that there's technically no industrial buildings on the 6-lane in order to completely unobscure traffic. I don't think I'm gonna do that, but that's an option. I could use little flyover roads like this to be able to get zoning in this area without without having any of it touch the road in order to limit traffic. So that's one possibility that I'm considering. And a lot of this is going to be arbitrary, and part of it I just want it to make me happy, but I don't know if I'm allowed to have happiness in this game. It can get really, really messy. Let's go ahead and do that. And then I think I'm pretty happy with this, so we'll go ahead and upgrade that to 2-lane. And then what? The main thing I'm really stressing about is how I'm going to make the freeway exchange happen. Because I'm probably going to have to spend money to move all these buildings again, which, I mean, fuck. How many times do you move them before it's just like, buy another one? I had some proof of concepts. A traditional freeway exchange is not going to work. I can't have on-ramps and off-ramps. I'm going to have dedicated, like dedicated freeway funnels to just get everybody out of here. I used to have some proof of concepts up here in the hills, but I deleted most of them to try to make room for some of this urban development that I'm starting over here with that really cool plaza that took... I spent like a whole fucking weekend just doing this one plaza, so progress is slow on the new industrial urban area. Alright, but I'm kind of liking this. Let's just go ahead and start making some decisions here and make it happen. We're gonna do straight. And then that's one intersection, so we could probably get away with another intersection with like a 2-lane here, maybe, I'm thinking. And, well, maybe not. Alright, maybe we can do 6-lane, but then make it freeform, so it's coming out like that. Okay, that's a little bit smoother. And then we can come over and do like a 2-lane, do that straight. And maybe I could do like a mix of curved and... I don't know if I want to get that fancy, but we might. Oh, wait a minute. We could probably do like this. And then we could do freeform and have it come out like that and have it link up. Ugh. Yeah, that's ugly either way. But, I could make it be like that. And that'll create like a nice little area that has like some oddly sized zoning and everything. Now I maybe it would be better to make it like this one, because then there's going to be another intersection right here. And then what? Let's see. Let's maybe make it like straight, and then if we do that, that'll come down like this and make some more good zoning areas. Like that. And then I think we can probably make it... that's not gonna work. Because again, part of it's artistry, right? Part of it is just trying to make it look nice. I'm thinking like... that. Yeah, kind of. It's a little offset, and I kind of like that. It doesn't look very straight, but I'm sure it is. I'm thinking maybe we can do like, maybe it's an option. No, I don't want to double it up too much. So let's maybe do one. Okay, here we go. It's probably one in the middle, I'm thinking. I think I probably didn't do a good job of spacing these roads correctly. Otherwise, I probably could have made this more efficient. Maybe I should. But let's do this. Let's have that come out kind of like that, and then it's probably gonna do some kind of weird split. And that's a little busy, and that's probably going to create some traffic issues, but it should be okay. And then let's go ahead and connect this over like this. And then we could probably get away with one more up, like, I'm thinking we could do kind of this, and then we could do one more up like here. Okay. Try to break up the intersections a little bit. Give them something to connect to without having to make them do too many turns and stuff. You know what? Let's do something. Let's do something a little weird, and let's. It's not going to make a lot of zoning areas, but it'll let traffic get off of there. So I don't know, maybe some, that's actually not a bad idea. Maybe tunnels are going to be really cool in this area. And help break up some of the traffic flow. Keeping in mind, we can tear up literally anything if we decide we don't like it. And then if we decide that's going to be the line for now, then what we can do is we can take another road and have it come. I'm always making noise. We can have it come like this, and then we can kind of have it, we can space it so that the edge of the zone is right on, there we go, like that, and have that come up basically like this. And if that's kind of defining our exterior border, then we can sort of get a feel for where we want some of these auxiliary roads to go. So like this one, I'm thinking we'll just have come off like this. And as a matter of fact, we could go ahead and connect that right here. I don't see why not. And then one of my main concerns is what the hell is traffic going to look like coming from the cargo harbor. Make that a little bit curved. Let's mix in some curved stuff. Just try to not make it look so terrible. So we might be able to do something similar over here where we say freeform and we say... yeah, that looks nice. See? Trying to mix in some curves with the hard corners. Make it just a little bit more organic. Not sure how I want to link this up. Hi Mo, how you doing, buddy? Maybe we can get rid of this stuff. And then maybe we'll continue that freeform road. See, I don't know, sometimes you play this game and you just have the vision, you know, you just like have this idea in your head the way you want it to be, and then other times you sit down and you try. Sometimes, and like sometimes you'll try to come back and continue from something that you did have a vision for, and then it's just not there the next day, and you're just, where did it go? The main challenge is most definitely going to be the freeway interchange. Boom, let's make that like that. And then we can probably get away with something like this, I'm thinking. And then maybe like freeform it, and then try to get it to line up with that road. And sort of breaking it up and making not everything be so blocky. And so we're going to have like some nice little areas of smaller industry, hopefully. Ooh, now we need to start thinking about where we're going to put this stuff. And we got to start thinking about how we're going to connect it to the main city. Oh, God. What a nightmare. Okay, so we have incineration plants. We have a fire station. I think the fire station... Fuck. Fuck. Alright, maybe we can get away with some more 6 lanes going on tunnels. Something tells me I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to hate everything that I made tonight. Let's see. So we can make a tunnel like that. Boy. So if that came out at a straight line, it actually ends up coming out at a really nice angle. I'm just trying to think about how we can connect this, because I want it to connect to the main expressway going around the industrial park, which I may have made too busy. But then, so then let's experiment with moving some of this stuff around. The fire station could go kind of towards the center, I'm thinking. I kind of want some of the utilities, the more important stuff, to be towards the middle here. So we could have a fire station there, and we could have the medical center. I don't know if we really want the medical center in the middle of the industrial park, but the medical center could go over here somewhere. That's not a bad place for it. And then the incineration plants are trickier because they need to be close enough to be able to actually pick up garbage from the city. So I'm thinking maybe like right here, and then right here. That might create a little bit of a traffic jam with garbage trucks coming in that way. Oh, and fuck, I didn't even want to do that because I wanted those to change direction. So, okay. Thinking here. The expressway is still going to be a major traffic inlet. And then I'm thinking... Oh, boy. I'm just going to have to spend more money to move these again. And maybe having them spread out a little bit more is going to be better. But we'll put it like right there. But I don't want it to be too close to the tunnel, because then that's going to restrict traffic coming out. So I'm thinking what I want to do is get rid of this, and then kind of get a feel for where I want this tunnel to come out, and then we'll probably erase some of this crap. And then we'll do a tunnel coming out roughly in the direction of the expressway. Try to make it as low as we can. I think we could probably get away with an even curve if we did it like 1 over, and then... Okay. It's a very shallow tunnel, but I like it. I like... The tunnels, even though they're a little bit ridiculous, like 45-degree angles, I'm okay with, because it's in the interest of space efficiency, and it just kind of works. Now the tunnels you don't have to worry about being straight because you can't zone buildings next to tunnels, so it doesn't matter if you have them straight or whatever. So I'm thinking I can kind of make this come out like this. Ugh. What you want, Mo? You want my attention? Do you want my love? Well, tough. Because I'm playing Cities Skylines, which really sucks for you. Here, let me do disable snapping. Let's see if I can like manually place this to kind of come out like that. Okay. Straight. a little ugly. Oh, that's not even quite on there. A lot, it's a blend, right? Because a lot of the stuff that I originally put in was very freeform, and now I'm learning how to like zone a little bit more efficiently, and things are becoming more rigid in their structure. And you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Kind of like. Oh, really? Wow, that's a little too much. But... So, like, that tunnel is a little freeform. But okay, that would at least allow traffic to connect via the expressway. And then... I think... At least for the time being, let's get the bus and the taxi depot. Oh, that would create a light before the tunnel. I don't think I like that idea. But maybe it wouldn't hurt things because then there's not traffic flowing through the tunnel. So let's make. No, that's going to be space already occupied. So let's do a 2-lane. No. Oh, will it let me? Really? That's... No, I don't want to do that. But okay, it's trying to snap to the intersection. Really? Why? That's so bizarre. But okay, let's do this, and then let's make this... For now, anyway, until we find a better place for them. Oh, this is going to be so ugly. Make that be where the bus depot is, and then we'll put the taxi depots over here too. Because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to get halfway through this, and then I'm going to run out of creative juice, and then I'm going to just try to finish it, and then I'm going to slap it together because I've destroyed my industrial park. So I need to rebuild it. And you know, I'm sure what's going to happen is in an effort to just get things moving again, I'm going to like just throw it together haphazardly, and it's going to be awful. Which I feel like I'm doing already. I feel like this is already pretty haphazard. But I'm hoping that traffic flow is going to be relatively unencumbered and not be too bad. And I'm still not entirely certain how far north. So let's go ahead and tear up the train tracks. Then we're going to start thinking about how we're going to do the freeway exchange. One of the things I'm worried about messing up is when I originally laid out the freeway, there was just sort of a natural gap between where I had my industrial park and where I had the rest of my city. And what I kind of ended up doing was making the freeway go into that natural gap, and it ended up backfiring because then I built up too much around that area, and then the freeway on-ramps and off-ramps were a mess, and it wasn't pretty. But then what it did do was it created this really nice natural border around which I kind of built Coolridge. But even though, you know what, let's go with the flow, because I'm thinking even now some of these areas are a little ugly, and if I could go around and touch them up and make them nicer. Because if you can imagine, Coolridge has been a mess. I actually completely redid this roundabout. This used to be like a circular 6-lane one-way road, and it was oblong and misshapen, and I had to like rearrange the angle of these roads to make that fit nicer, and it ended up just making it all around better. Sometimes when I make improvements, it actually improves, and then other times I make improvements and I end up with a mess like Evergreen Hills, where I have all this traffic backed up for fucking miles that I still need to fix after I fix this. So that's going to be a mess. And I'm not even entirely certain that my traffic is going to be stable over here by this stuff. So, yeah, it's all blah, 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 blah. It's all up in the air. Shit. So, okay. Freeway exchange. We got to think about how we're going to make the freeway exchange happen here. So let's get rid of this road, and I think we're going to get rid of this road for now. And I think that's still kind of serving as our rough border because I want to try to limit the expansion of the industrial zone in this area. What's that doing down here? Maybe I could have a flyover going that way? I don't know. Maybe. It's probably not a bad idea. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I build this up and traffic is fine. Maybe cars and trucks can get exactly where they need to go. Yeah, right. Like, that's going to happen. But maybe, you know, you never know. How much would it cost to move that? I think it costs like 12 grand. Because if I move it enough to 9 grand, so I could move it 4 times before it would be cheaper to just buy another one. Seeing as how we have an extra passenger depot over here that I don't know what to do with, let's go ahead and delete it. Just to get it out of the way, and because we're going to have to lay down the traffic lines. So that sucks because I don't get any money back from that because I placed it such a long time ago, so that's just money lost. But, you know, I'm pretty sure we'll live. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we'll live. Okay, then we may be able to get away with something like... I don't think it's going to let us do that. I think that's too steep. Now, what we could do, which would be pretty interesting, is have it come out, I think, like right here, and then have... And, you know, like I said, part of this is trying to make it efficient, and part of it is experimenting and just seeing what works. Because you never know, you might surprise yourself. A lot of the coolest stuff that I've... Oh god, that's ugly. But a lot of the coolest stuff I've built in this city has been stuff that I was just like, hey, you know, I could build that. That's cool. So that's just a thought. Maybe this could come out like that. Create another little nice parallel road to the train tracks. And then maybe this could come up and do something like that. Which would be interesting, I guess. I don't know. Just again, experimenting, trying to spitballing, you know, just sticking it to the wall and see what sticks. And then we could do like a freeform thing where we come up like this and do that. That's pretty cool. I don't know. That's an option. That would create another stoplight though, which is what I'm worried about. So... But okay, enough dilly-dallying. We gotta start thinking about... And I am gonna get rid of the shorefront offices, which I'm not super thrilled about. So maybe I'll restructure the roads down here. But like I said, I'm not married to any of this stuff. Anything is subject to change. Oh boy, so the freeway, I'm procrastinating here because I really don't know how I'm gonna connect the freeway. So the freeway is going to roughly come out in this direction. So if we wanted to kind of get a feel for that, we could go ahead and lay down some freeway roads. We'll do that freeform. And we've used up about 300,000 on this renovation so far. We still have 1,700,000, give or take. So the freeway would be coming out like, I don't know, roughly this far. And we'll get a partial refund if we sell this freeway now, because that cost like 17,000 just to lay down this hunk of freeway. So we'll kind of like experiment, lay down this freeway a little bit, just to kind of give us a reference point of where the freeway would roughly be if we extended it down this far. And then maybe eventually the freeway will go up into the hills. I don't really know. So shout out to Crazy Native 90 who asks, how far can you zoom in on the Xbox version? Pretty far. Let me think of a good place where I have a lot of pedestrians to look at. You can zoom all the way down that far, and you can see individual pedestrians. I've seen people playing on the PC, and I don't know if it's in the base game or if it's modded, but I know you can zoom down and see like first-person perspective from like pedestrians and stuff. You can't go down that far, but this is how far you can get, and you can see pedestrians going around. We have time paused right now because I'm making. Oh God, look at how terrible that looks. I've completely demolished half the city. It's just flat. Oh my God. So I do need to think about how in the hell I'm going to do traffic here. One of the things I might experiment with, I could do like an over-under thing. So that's is that the expressway, or is that another tunnel that's not going anywhere? It's not the tunnel that's not going anywhere, so I could get rid of that. Although that is kind of cool on either side of the incineration plant. But I'm just trying to think about how I'm going to do this. I'm trying to visualize a little bit here. I'm probably going to have some kind of like east-west running road, and then maybe flyover ramps, or maybe, because if I was going to take, I'm not very good at freeway interchanges, I just haven't had a lot of experience. Freeway interchanges start to highlight some of the difficulty that you have placing things with the Xbox controller, whereas I'm sure it's a lot easier on the mouse. Like, the game says this is a three-way interchange, and if you look way off in the distance, that's the type of interchange that's over there in that area that I can't build on yet because I haven't unlocked the area. But, you know, this is pretty fucking huge, and if you look at their version of a four-way interchange, they give you like a classic, like, Midwestern cloverleaf interchange, which, although perhaps more realistic, is huge. I mean, it would not fit. You know, I had to design a custom interchange to fit in this spot. So, while I may be able to use this as some kind of inspiration, I'm not going to be able to use an interchange like that to be able to let off traffic. I need something way more space efficient, and I might even just go for tunnels. Because the main thing is going to be inbound and outbound traffic flow. And maybe... Oh, that's an idea. That's a really good idea, actually. But I would have to limit the stoplights, which would mean probably getting rid of some of this stuff. We could have it coming in and then going out. That would work. I'm just kind of thinking out loud to myself. We could have one freeway tunnel, and this could be really cool. Let's look at how we've laid down, and let's probably save the game now again. No, shit, not load, save. So we have our save from before we started, back when the cargo terminal used to be over on the cliffside. This turned into way more of a project. Hey, you want to see something cool? That's the original Coolridge interchange, or roundabout. Oh, I'm kind of covering up with my picture, aren't I? Yeah, whatever. It's ugly. It's ugly, and it's oblong, and it looks like shit. So let's go ahead and save this game right here. Okay. And I'm still not 100% sure this is going to be able to handle the massive volume of trucks that needs to get to it. So maybe that'll be something that has to change. Maybe some of these intersections are too close together. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe I need to offset the intersection so there's not as much through traffic coming through like that. Which isn't it's not a bad idea, actually. Maybe we could do, like, instead of having an interchange there, maybe we could offset it and have one straight going like that. Well, but then there's too many intersections close together here, so I don't know. And again, until I make it run, I don't know how traffic is going to flow. I don't know how the AI is going to determine the best route through this area. But I'm kind of thinking that I would like... Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually. I'm thinking the way I'm going to do this, and I just saved the game, so we can experiment here. We're going to relocate this building. And actually, we probably don't... Oh, no, I guess it can hop on the exchange there to get to where it needs to go. So if that's going to be the medical clinic, maybe we'll make these buildings more centralized so they can kind of get around easier. Maybe even put it, like... I don't know, maybe the medical clinic can be right there, and then the police station or the fire station can be... Let's pretty good coverage. It can pretty much get to everywhere it needs to go. Maybe the fire station can be over here. Maybe it can be right next to the medical clinic. Maybe it wouldn't hurt anything. Or is that? I think that's probably asking for too much. No, that's good coverage. We'll see though. Once traffic starts, maybe it'll be awful coverage. Let's kind of make it like right here, maybe. I don't know. Kind of willy-nilly here, but okay. So now, how is this going to flow with traffic going the way it's going? That would make traffic need to go out. So maybe it would slow down. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Because I think outbound traffic is probably the biggest concern. Because so here's what I'm thinking. We could do a freeway, and we can make it come out straight. So let's go ahead and get rid of this tunnel for now. And we could have the freeway outlet at the bottom of the loop. And then it's going to go like this. Okay, so that's pretty good. Oh, we can make that pretty short. We have a lot of leeway. But I'd also like it to be straight if possible. I don't know if it's possible. It's a little steep. But then if we did freeform, and let's see what the tunnels look like, because maybe I'm going to run into another tunnel. So we could have it come out like this. So we could have an underground freeway tunnel, and that way traffic coming in would come here and go out, and then we could replace these with 6-lane roads, or they're already 6-lane, but 6-lane one-way roads, and then traffic would come out and go up. So that's one thought. Oh, but then I don't know how that would work with the expressway. Maybe the expressway would become outbound. So much experimentation, so much more of an undertaking. And the people that, the answer is the people that I watch who play this stuff on YouTube. Oh God, it's not gonna let me. So maybe if I can do this. The people I watch on YouTube who just blow me out of the water are people who have probably sunk hundreds and hundreds of hours and kind of gotten a feel for the little idiosyncrasies of the traffic. And you know, can just, you know, absolutely rock it. I don't know how they do it. So my main concern here is going to be that traffic is going to hold this up massively. But let's see. Will it let me do that? Yes, okay. So let's go ahead and change direction. We want that to go out. Ah, fuck. Why? You really get... That's so stupid. It says space already occupied, but if I delete that, and then I go to change road direction, it's going to let me change the direction. Wait. No. This way. This way. This way. Okay. And then... What's going wrong here? This way. And so now that we've changed the direction, now it's going to let me just replace that road, no problem. So go figure. Go figure why it says I can't change the direction while there's a road there, but then I can delete the road and put it back and it's fine. So there's going to be stop signs, but I'm hoping the traffic is going to get off in either direction. Oh, I don't... Maybe I can make these one way. Now why? That's strange to me. Oh, because I made this the wrong way, that's why. So change road direction. So now that we do that, now it's going to be a stop sign. So traffic's going to come up this way, and it's going to go straight this way. We need to turn that around. So now these are going to be going the other way. It's going to be going north and north. And north. And why does it say cannot upgrade to this type? Oh, because it's not one way. So we gotta upgrade that to one way. Whoops. Upgrade that to one way. And then change direction. Okay. Now, this is gonna be just awful. Because we're gonna have this vestigial highway that's gonna be half connected to the old system and is probably still gonna be letting traffic out into the suburban areas, which is another thing I'm thinking about changing. Oh, yeah, just started playing this game. I have it on PC, but I'm very meticulous. I think I mentioned this earlier. I don't know if you were here, Crazy Native, but I'm upgrading to a PC soon. I got a new job. I'm making a little bit better money, and I'm gonna buy this game again on the PC. There's something to be said about how, like, I've gotten a lot done with an Xbox controller, but the precision of the PC controller is definitely something to be desired, to be sure. PC controller, keyboard and mouse. I'm tired. I worked a long shift before I came home and did this, which it's part of the peril of being an adult. That part kind of sucks, of like wanting to do more stuff and just being so fucking tired that you can hardly see. But thanks for the encouragement. I definitely oh god, there are so many things that I make that I feel good about, and then there are so many more things it feels like that I make and I hate it afterwards. It's like there's an adage that says that all artists pretty much hate everything that they made more than 5 years ago, and I know that feeling of just being like, ugh, it's so ugly. I'm trying to think about how I'm gonna do this here. So I think we're gonna delete these as a reference point because we're gonna start making the freeway exchanges, and it's gonna be down and. But see, here's the problem. A lot of times I think if I spend too much time working out the nitty-gritty and the little details, it's never going to be finished. So I kind of throw... Got chargers running in tandem. That's something else I wouldn't have to deal with on the PC, unless you get like a wireless mouse. But so yeah, there are plenty of times where I throw something down just to make it work, and then I end up never going to make it better, and it becomes permanent. This kind of permanent, or at least, you know, there's just more stuff I would have to tear up. This freeway is an example where I just kind of put it there. This district didn't used to be here. I just kind of threw down a highway and made it do like kind of an ugly curve in order to make it come this way, and I was gonna fix it later, and then I ended up building this entire district into the area, including that ugly little curve that kind of like just jaunts at like a 45-degree angle, and it ended up being a permanent fixture of the landscape. And I actually really like Coolridge, and I'm not looking forward to having to redesign it. But you know, it just goes to show, like, that's why I get hung up on these decisions, because you think, oh, whatever, I can always change it later, and then you don't. And then you're stuck with it. And then, well, not stuck with it, but like the amount of work that it would take to like undo it is just so daunting. So now, I'm gonna go ahead and make a freeway exit coming this way. And freeways don't snap the way that other things snap. So if this is going to be this way, then it's gonna be on the right hand. So it's going to be kind of a freeway overpass. I cheat a little bit, where I like to make... want to make sure there's enough room for the train. I cheat a little bit where I make... And this is going to be another one of those things where I'm just making it... Freeways are weird. You can't snap freeways the way you can snap regular roads. That is to say, you can't make them go in a straight or like a perpendicular line. You have to eyeball them. And so on the one hand, it drives me nuts if you're trying to make something precise, but on the other hand, it's nice because the freeways come out with this more free-form shape to them, which is more natural and more like real freeways. A good example is the freeway that runs off to the cliffside, how it kind of has a little bit of straightness, and then it kind of like curves, and then it has this really gentle sloping curve around this valley as it like comes up and then meets up with this bridge that goes up into the cliffside. So it makes for more natural freeways. It's just that where your freeways meet your grid-shaped areas is where it starts to get a little messy. There's some comments blowing up here. If you have to go on G2A, you can get the game on PC for $8. Wow. And the site is 100% reputable. G2A. I think I've heard of them. Oh, they're the guys, if I recall correctly, that partnered with Gearbox on a recent title, and it's going to drive me nuts trying to remember which title. But I remember there's been some controversy as far as what they've been doing. I heard they got in trouble because they're running some like gambling using codes, or like there's some like just nefarious dealings. I don't know how I feel about G2A. But okay, here's what I'm hoping. Damn, thought for sure it was going to let me do that. So I'm hoping... Maybe we'll get rid of this. I'm hoping, and again, like, on the one hand, I want it to not be permanent, and then on the other hand, I'm making changes now that are like, I'm gonna have to change so much in order to change it later, you know? So I want it to be like this, And then I want it to go into a tunnel. No, 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 no. I want it to go down. Okay, so I think I need it to be steeper. So this is something that I'm sure is way easier to do on the PC. Something like that. So we can probably get away with a pretty tight curve here. As a matter of fact, this is almost a right angle. I mean, give or take. It's a smooth right angle, but we could get away with... Let's do straight, and I want to try to... Maybe I can turn off snapping here. Disable snapping, so it won't snap to the grids like that. But it'll still snap to the roads, so you have to be kind of careful. So how far of a tunnel can I make it? Like that? And then we want to make it curved. So let's have it come out like roughly that. And then I want it to come up. I think I made it too far. So here's what we'll do. We'll have this come out, and we'll try to get it roughly perpendicular to where the final angle is. There are tools you can download for mods on the PC that'll let you make this kind of work easier. There we go. That's what I wanted. So we'll make this a nice smooth curve ramp that hopefully snaps right like that. It's a little ugly, but it'll get the job done. And then so are all these roads coming in? No, they're not. So let's go ahead and change direction, make this come in, and that's coming in, and that's coming in. Okay. Oh boy, and then we'll make that uninterrupted traffic flow, although if this is already coming in and creating a stoplight, which it is, we may as well bring that over and make this another little 2-lane, whoops, that I think I'm going to turn snapping back on. Okay, and then let's do so. And tunnels, at least in my experience, can be a little bit messier because you're not gonna see them. They're underground. Yeah, that's what I hear. Some people with crazy mods, they do ridiculous aesthetic builds where they effectively. Here, I'm gonna connect these. I'm gonna remove these intersections later because I don't want them like that. But where they basically just put copious amounts of detail. Before you got here, I was talking to the comments about how somebody making a train yard might put like additional auxiliary train rails going sideways, and then they have like a mod that lets them place down unique custom props, and they put like empty trains on it and make it look like an actual train yard, which, although really cool, is going to suck up your processing power depending on how much stuff you put. You have to have a decent PC, like you said. Okay, so that's going to be like that, and let's delete these roads and try to make traffic somewhat unencumbered as it approaches the freeway exit. And then we're almost ready to start this. But then here's where it gets really frustrating for me because, again, I'm not even committed to this. This is a test. I don't even know if this is going to work, frankly. But I'm committing so much time and so many resources. I think I've spent like 400,000 already. So I'm really banking on this working, or like several hours of work is just going to be out the toilet. Yes, out the toilet. Not straight. I want to do freeform. So we're going to do... Okay, so that's pretty good. I think if I were to do this over again, I would probably have the out one going into the tunnel and then the other one. So I don't know. It's interesting. I've seen people make way better, like, spirals coming out. I see some people that make freeway interchanges that take up almost as much room as an entire one of my districts. So now the question becomes, how are we going to make this merge? I think I want to redo this freeway anyway, so I'm not going to stress. Let's go ahead and save the game one more time. So this one is going to be easy enough because I'm just going to make it come out. Oh, we got to get rid of the train line. So I'm just going to make it come out like this. And then it's going to come out, and that's going to be pretty easy. But then this one, I think I'm going to elevate. So we'll do... gonna be ugly, but I mean, it was already ugly, so. That actually works. I'm surprised. And then also needs to come off in this direction. So like I said, this is going to be really slapdash. It's not really going to be pretty. Oh, so it's not really going to make much accommodation for traffic that needs to go the other way, but it'll work. So that's a basic Y interchange, but you can see traffic doesn't really have a way of going that way. I could do it like the same way over here, only like reversed where I have, and we might as well do that because I want to redo this anyway. This was back before I really understood how the freeform tool worked, and so there are just some mistakes here and there that bother me. But this would be like a basic Y interchange that I'm not even super fond of. So this would actually be pretty extreme turn. Maybe if we did it like this and then have this. Okay. And that's, I'm trying to think in my head like which way this goes. So that would be like, I think it's a minimum. Okay, there we go. So kind of like that, and then it would start to come down, and then it might just let me do. And that's kind of ugly. And that's even uglier. A lot of times I see people make exchanges and they end up being just like 45-degree straight angles because basically the shallowest angle that you can link two roads is a 45-degree angle. And so, you know, if you try to add too much curvature, it's just not even going to line up properly because they're both trying to be 45-degree angles. And you can see kind of what I'm talking about, where like it puts a curve in the middle that I don't want to be there. Yeah, okay. And then, what am I missing? This one, which needs to go... So it works. I mean, I'm surprised at how easy it was to rig this up. It's not the prettiest, but then the one that I'm missing is that way. So how am I going to do that? So I would probably make it come off like this at that angle. Maybe it'll let me get away with it. Like right there. Okay. Oh, God. Now it's not going to let me do that. Okay, so... I can probably make... Yeah. Okay, that gives me a little bit more breathing room there, and then make this come down lower. Ha! Like, find that sweet spot. Ah, damn it! What am I running into? Come on. Oh, but it lets me connect it that way, so go figure. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff like that where you're just like, okay, fine, whatever. Seems arbitrary to me, but what do I know? I'm not a city planner. Oh, wait, I am in this game. So, like, maybe the game should let me, you know, act like I know what I'm doing for a minute. Alright, wait a minute. Let me move that back as far as it'll let me. No, I don't think it's gonna let me move it any far back. I hate that. It's trying to snap onto that area. So let me make sure these are going in the right direction. And this is ugly and it's just kind of thrown together, but you know, if anything, just kind of jumping in and making changes helps give you confidence. Because before right now, I wasn't sure I knew how to make a three-way interchange on a freeway like this. Hi, Mo. How you doing, buddy? Watching a girl play earlier, and she was building walkways for pedestrians and putting props in and all sorts of storefronts, and it looks so badass. Yeah, there's a lot of custom assets as opposed to the, you know, the stock buildings that spawn when you lay down zoning. Oh, why did I bump that one up? Because I swear there was a reason. I think there's like an elevation change happening too, which is weird. Because Imo, could you like figure out how you're gonna be comfortable and just like chill there for a minute, brah? Because I want to make this like that, and then have this one. Oh, I don't think it's gonna let me do that. So, could you like? I swear to God, you're such a little fuzz bucket. Oh God, chill out, bro. Okay, let me see. Let's have that go away, and that go away. Mo, seriously, figure out what you want from your life, and do that. I know I want to be a civil engineer now, so thanks, Cities Skylines. I'll make that like... So, a little bit slapdash, not the prettiest, and oh God, is that gonna bother me? Oh God. You see what you made me do, Mo? You made me make a crooked highway. I don't know, it was crooked when I started, so I'm not gonna worry too much. We can do this. Almost like, I didn't do this to you, bro. You did this to yourself. Okay, and then we can say... To go like... that, and then start coming up. Come out. I probably need to turn off snapping to make this perfect. Have it come up like that. Okay, and then have that one come down. And then have this one come out probably to about there, and then start coming back down again. And then have this one come out like this, and then it's gonna be an ugly angle, but I'll take it. That's not bad. Let me see how it goes. Under, over. And that one goes under, over. And then this one goes under, over. So I think I made it, you know, again, you could experiment with making it nicer, but that works. I mean, it gets the job done, and that's what I'm about, is getting the fucking job done. And I didn't have to disrupt the symmetry of this thing, which was what I was hoping I wouldn't have to do. Or disrupt the symmetry, change the shape. But you can see it's ugly, so let's make sure it works first before we do anything. So let's first of all, let's make sure the lanes, there's a mod that lets you see, it lets you visualize very easily which way one lane roads are going. Without that, you have to like zoom in far enough to be able to see the decals on the streets to make sure which direction they're going in. And then wow, I needed to make all of these go the right way. Wow, are you ready to turn this monster on? I'm eager to see how this works. So let's see. So this, you're going out, 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 out. Okay, now here's where the roads start to change direction. You can see the decals pointing. So let's change that one, and then change that one. No, wait. That one, and then this one. And then it gets tricky at intersections because it doesn't always tell you. And I think I turned something the wrong way. Did I? No, it's showing arrows going out. And I think you can also tell by which side the lights are on. The lights are always going to try to be on the outside. Hey! Oh yeah! Yeah, and so shout out to Bono for show. Like I've been saying, this is messy. I'm not satisfied with this. If I get the proof of concept to work, I'm gonna make it look nicer. Eventually, probably off camera, where I can take more time to finagle over the details like I love to do. So that's going that way, okay. And so shout out to Ahos, that's Hosey, my friend from work. Or my former friend, or former work friend anyway. I was gonna say formerly from work. I'd say we're still friends, right? Or is that being presumptive? But, let's see, traffic's coming out, and traffic goes up, and then it goes that way. Is this one way? Is that going the correct direction? Now this one is going the wrong way somewhere, that way. So it needs to go, come on, why are you not letting me do that? something's not letting me change direction. So is it... Oh, I hate it when it does this. So, there. Fuck. No, that's not right. So it needs to go right. So you need to change direction there, and then this needs to change direction. And now we're good, and now I can reconnect the overpass here and make it go like... So maybe we can actually make that a little bit nicer. Even though I said I wasn't going to finagle with the details until later, but now maybe that... Ew! How does it do that? That so drives me nuts. Having that ugly-ass angle. Ew. Whatever. Proof of concept. It's just gotta work for now. And then we'll make it pretty later. Okay, so. Let's double check all of our services and make sure everything's getting services. So, medical. There's some poor coverage areas, particularly in the middle. I hadn't really considered that. But you know what? If stuff's coming in like that, then you know what we can do in order to be able to make stuff be able to get there? So because these are 2 lanes, one way going out, there's no stoplight there. So if we take another road and make it straight and connect it like this, it should also make there not be a stoplight. So that way if something needs to get into this area where normally it can only access it from the freeway, it can go around this frontage road and come up. So, let's check our services again now. So starting from the top, we need water coverage, so we'll fix that in a minute. We need education. We don't need education because we want people to be uneducated. Power will happen as more buildings get built. Medical care, we've got good coverage. And then police, I think we need a police station. Where's the nearest police station? So we'll probably have a... There's not too much crime in the warehouse district. Let's leave it for now. So water. Let's rig up the water. And it's going to be slapdash, and we're probably going to change it later. Although I always say that, and I never do. So it's probably going to permanently be ugly. But it's underground, and I never have to look at it. So whatever. Let's just leave it. And then let's just get good coverage. And, I'll tell you what. How about this, guys? I'm just going to try to make this city work and try to learn as much as I can, and then when I get my PC, we'll make that city fucking gorgeous and perfect and ridiculous. So you can see we have some little poor coverage spots, and it's just an ugly mess of water pipes under there. But now, are you ready for this? We're gonna just zone the shit out of this. So let's just use the brush tool. Yeah, no friends. So it's going to be really slapdash for now, and some stuff is not going to fit correctly. But I do want to make these offices because I don't want them to pollute. An office technically counts as industry, which is weird, but let's give a hoot. Don't pollute. Okay, and then we're going to do that. All right, now brush tool. We're just going to come up all up in here. Oh, and we got to be careful with... We'll fix this. Okay, because I already know how I'm going to do this. And that's actually a holdover, but let's just go ahead and zone everything, because again, we're going to refine the design later. So for now, let's just fill in abso-fucking-lutely everything with industrial. It's just going to be a mess. And I think if that's going to be the one that's leaving, we can make that freeform. No, wait. No, not straight. Fuck, did I fuck it up again? Yeah, I did. If you try to switch the brush tool while you're in, yeah. If you try to switch the brush tool while you're in bulldozer mode, it freezes in bulldozer mode and you can't get out of it. All you gotta do is save the game and load it again. This is exclusive to the Xbox version. The developers are trying to patch it out. Whoops, okay. I'm sure you can just hear me gulping on that water, so sorry about that. But, okay, what was I doing? Roads, and we want to do this, and we want to switch to freeform. We want to make it come out like that, and just curve for like a hair, and then like that. Perfect, okay. So that way that can have access, and then let's go back to our zoning tool, and it's going to be an absolute nightmare. Actually, you know what we can do? We could do select, and we could just do like a batch zone and be like, industrial! Oh! And then let's get rid of the industrial around the frontage road that's going to connect to the cargo area, because we don't want trucks stopping to collect cargo there. So this is going to get dezoned, and all of this is going to get dezoned. As much as pretty as it is, all of this is going to get dezoned, and we might fill that in with props or something. And then let's do fill. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And then select. And we're going to get rid of the zoning along this, because we don't want that to get spawning buildings, and we don't want any of the stuff in front of that turn to spawn buildings. And then I think everything else is good. I remember there being somewhere else I wanted to not spawn buildings, but I think we're ready to let it play. Are you guys ready to see this sprout and see if it works? Oh god, I almost don't want to watch. But okay, and time, go! You can't speed up time in the Xbox version, so it might take longer than I expected. We actually don't have that much of a need for industrial. I think we were suffering from an industry problem when we first left. So, okay, here we go. We got some buildings going. Okay, they're starting to go up. You can see them there in the middle. They're starting in the worst possible place, if you ask me, because they're not going to be able to start connecting electricity. But hopefully more buildings are going to sprout up here any minute. So I'm gonna let this run, and I'm gonna like take a quick bathroom break and just kind of get settled here, and hopefully I'm gonna come back and see some cool stuff, so that'll be cool. So, oh, fingers crossed. We already got trucks moving, and we still got no power to that, so we'll have to cross that bridge. Build that bridge when we come to it is the quote of the day. All right. So not nearly as exciting as I was hoping, but I just realized I totally forgot something, and that was to complete the train track, which, even though we did fuck up the industrial area here, there were deliveries being made from outside, namely the logging camp. So we're going to do freeform, try to make this a nice even curve to get away from that, and then make this come like that, and then it's going to be kind of ugly, but okay, and let's get rid of that. So the smoother you can make these turns, the better, because the train will not have to slow down as much if the curves are smooth. So that's actually pretty good. Just happened by accident. Okay, so now train line is connected. Let me look at my power here. So if buildings will build here, it'll be able to get power this way. In answer to Hosey's question, why no building spawning? Because there's not enough demand yet. But I can see the cargo loop is doing what I wanted it to. Trucks are coming over here to deliver their cargo, and then they can continue off in the other direction, pretty unimpeded. They have to go slow because of the 2-lane, but it's working, and I'm hoping that power is going to become a non-issue. And if we really wanted to, we could make power lines come like this, just as temporary measures, and then since we're not going to build on this anyway, we could do like this, and get power lines there. I'm not really sure what's supplying. Oh, the incineration plant is generating power, so that's cool. It looks like we may need to get some power over here, so we could do like some power lines over there to those buildings. There are so many problems happening in this city. So you can see some buildings are coming up, but the demand is just not there. Actually, I tanked my demand. There's no demand for industrial. So, I don't know. Part of the problem is that I put in more industrial areas in Evergreen Hills to try to make it look cool, but I'm pretty sure... Oh god, a building's on fire, and I bet you the... Oh no, the fire engine's actually got there. I'm pretty sure I want to completely demolish Evergreen Hills and redo it because it's a traffic nightmare, and I need to basically start from the ground up and redo... You can see some more buildings are getting abandoned over here, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to demolish the building, and then I'm going to de-zone the area. Because even if there's no demand, even if there's not enough people to work in these buildings and they're becoming abandoned, people will still build on the zoned areas. So this used to all be industrial, and it was a nightmare because all the buildings were abandoned because there weren't enough people to work there. So I'm de-zoning to prevent more buildings. But basically, I need to come up with a better freeway exchange system because it cannot accommodate the traffic that needs to get here, and it's an absolute mess. And so I need to at least completely rethink the traffic interchange. And if I do that, the city is built around the traffic interchange ramps coming on and off. And so if I was going to do that, I would need to completely restructure the entire town. And this town is another example of a thing that I just threw together because I was like, I want to make a proof of concept. And I did, and then it got out of hand, and I ended up designing an entire fucking district kind of like on accident. And it's a mess, and it disrupted like the balance of everything. So this is going to be kind of cool. While that stuff is building, we're going to be able to see a ship coming in. It's only got a 12% load. Amgeraldine? Yes, that's a good answer, Crazy Native. I think you summed it up perfectly. I'm playing it on the Xbox One. That's a recent development. This is a game that originally came out in, I think, 2015. And I heard about it because it was announced that there was going to be a console port. And I was like, oh, cool, I'm going to be able to play because it's on Xbox. No, it's actually a really, 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 really freaking good game. It's an amazingly awesome game. And you know what? I think I forgot to zone on the other side of the railroad. No, I did. That's all zoned. So this cargo loop is exceedingly efficient like I had hoped it would be. I think that the two-lane roads are a double-edged sword because on the one hand they make traffic flow slower, but they also make traffic flow in a more controlled manner. So the traffic loop is doing exactly what I had hoped it would do, which is preventing trucks from running into each other and creating a nice little closed loop where trucks coming out of the train station can loop around and go back to the beginning and deliver to the ship harbor, and trucks from the ship harbor can just hop out of the ship harbor and go over to the train station. And, we'll see what it looks like when it gets worse, but we can already see trucks getting on the freeway exchange and coming in. Oh, God. So the freeway exchange is working. So Amgeraldine, and we're going to have to see if that's how that's pronounced. Anybody who thinks that I'm pronouncing their name incorrectly, attempt to spell it phonetically, and I will attempt to pronounce it phonetically. But, let me know if you're somebody that I know. I know a lot of people who I know watch the stream, and I don't always know who they are. So that's messy, but it's a good proof of concept, and I'm glad to know that it works. I could make the angles more equidistant and probably make it a lot nicer. So I'll probably have to take some mental pictures anyway to sort of visualize the way that it's set up. Because if I could just figure out it's under and then over and then under and then over, and each one of the inside ones is going over another one, I can make it more compact and make it a lot nicer. Probably off camera, unless people want to see that done, but I could do it. Anyway, it's an amazing game. It's a ridiculously expansive game. And if you're like me and you don't have a PC and you've always kind of hey, I never really, or maybe you used to play SimCity when you were a kid, but you haven't really been able to play it now because you got a console, I highly recommend this game. It's amazing even on the Xbox One. If you want to see some examples of performance issues, when you have a lot of road assets in a single place, the rendering gets a little funky. If I come over here to this freeway exchange, stuff starts to disappear if I zoom in too close and get it at the right camera angle. That's kind of weird and doesn't happen on the PC. But you can see it's only a problem when you zoom in on certain angles and get really close. Oh god, I have a really big problem with dead people not getting picked up, and it's probably most of my problems are from Evergreen Mills. I guarantee you, I hope these buildings aren't becoming abandoned because dead people aren't getting picked up, but I guarantee you, we actually have poor death coverage in this area. I probably need to put in a new crematorium somewhere around here. Maybe in Stillmont. Stillmont probably needs a crematorium. They don't have any coverage over here. Poor people, the dead people are just piling up. But I guarantee you if we come over here, we're going to see a whole bunch of hearses held up in traffic. No? Really? I guess we're doing good. There's a hearse. I don't know how well it shows up on the stream, but they're highlighted in purple when I'm looking at this overlay. But, oh, really? Well, very cool. Then, what platform do you have it on? But if you have the game, then you know how awesome it is. Oh, look, a freight train's coming in. I would have liked to have followed the freight train, because that's always fun. But watch, the freight train is going to park, and then it's going to start to let out trucks. And I bet you that freight train had a really big load. But you can see it's loading up more stuff, and it might disappear. No, it didn't. You know what this means? This means the cargo loading is more efficient. It's only 13% full, but it's going to start hauling ass backwards. But you can see all those trucks that just got unloaded from the freight train are now going to get onto this loop and turn around and go back towards the ship harbor, which is exactly what I wanted to happen. There's a little bit of slowdown as through traffic is stopping, and that's still more trucks coming from the train, so that's immensely cool. So you can see it's bumper to bumper, but it doesn't stop because of the way I set up these intersections. So at least there's maybe a little bit of stopping as some merging happens, but it's pretty much unimpeded traffic. There's no traffic lights on two-lane streets, so that's really cool. Maybe there's a little bit of slowdown as they make that left turn. I can see some more trucks slowing down over here. But they make their deliveries. If I could observe one problem, it's that trucks delivering from the train station going around to the cargo harbor have to then have empty trucks drive out and drive past the train station, which means that if a freight train came off and dropped off more trucks, they would run into each other and it would cause some backup. But so far, so good. It's running really, really well. I'm very happy with it. And we got more trucks and some more industry cropping up bit by bit over here. Our demand for industry is in the toilet because there's so much industry over in Evergreen Mills. But you can see there's a little bit of backup here with some trucks kind of like waiting to get into the train station. I'm not sure how I would fix that. Maybe it just has to be. As long as it's not backing up, you can see now there's more product coming out. So I was just following this freight train going all the way back to Evergreen Mills, and all that time it's barely made it that far. But here's what I want to know. Now we've got product coming in on the ships. So where is this stuff going? So it's delivering product, and you can see there's some slowdown. So if traffic volume becomes higher from the trains, from the ships, then we're going to have to start worrying about that. But so far the cargo harbor is behaving as I had hoped. So let's try to see where some of these commercial delivery trucks are going, because they're probably going into the town. And let's see how they get there. So traffic does get backed up a little bit if there's a long line of trucks, so maybe I'll have to devise a better method for controlling traffic flow around the cargo hub. Yeah, excellent. I was going to say, so shout out to Crazy Native. He wants to follow to see more. The pressure's on then to deliver exciting content. I hope I can. And I hope I can solve some of these headache problems that I've got. What's disconnected over here? Why is something showing as disconnected from power? Probably because I deleted the cemetery that used to connect to. Don't ask how cemeteries connect to the power grid. They just do. Shut up. But yeah. I definitely hope I have some good progress, and that goes for everybody. If you want to follow to catch more later, you definitely are welcome. Okay, so traffic coming from the cargo harbor does go that way. So then what would happen if we created a direct route? And we can always keep in mind, we can always delete this later, a direct route that went straight to the middle. Now would trucks just go straight and bypass that right turn? Probably not right now because they're still pathing. They're still set on like the old path. So we're probably going to need to work on more widely spacing out the roads, because these two lanes do become, while it's good for this long loop, they do become problems when you have frequently spaced intersections. So that cargo train just arrived, so we're going to start seeing even more. And these are coming from Evergreen Mills, where they have a freight station where they're loading up all those logs from the logging camp, and ideally bypassing the traffic nightmare that is the freeway over there. So we can see we got a nice little uninterrupted line with some trucks going straight like I wanted, and then some trucks turning left, and there's a little bit of a backup. But I mean, that's exceedingly efficient. All of these are trucks that fit on that one train, so that's really cool. I'm gonna have to figure out how I can do this so that they're not just running into each other constantly. There needs to be another exit for trucks leaving here. I might get away, I don't know if it'll let me put a road in the middle, but I could probably get away with creating like a tunnel that lets traffic from... That's not a bad idea. What if we did... Okay. Let's do freeform, and let's make one road coming off this way, and it's not gonna let me do that. Like this? No. Really? Fucking jerk? Why? Okay. So let's make a road like that. Oh, what? Oh, okay. That's cool. That truck just flew like a magic carpet for a little bit. But maybe this way, trucks that don't need to go to the train depot can divert right onto this road? Possibly. I don't know. It's okay right now, but I only have one train station and one cargo harbor. It's gonna get so much worse, and I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna do this. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna make this more efficient. And it's better... I see another train is coming in. Wow, they're really loading up those trains. Maybe because I made it so much more efficient, putting it right next to the cargo harbor. Which almost makes me think I should have them in the opposite order so that the train can go straight to the cargo harbor. So now we have trucks coming from the ship loading up on the cargo train. And how full is that train now? 13%. So the trains are coming in 100% loaded, but they're only leaving 13% loaded because there's not enough inbound cargo probably from the industry. And I never did take a look and see where those trucks were going. And the freeway is probably still pretty backed up as we have more traffic going this way. Yeah, well, it's getting a little better. I think more trucks are taking the train route. You can see some trucks coming over here to load up cargo. So I don't know. We can see what it looks like over here. Traffic is a little bad with trucks loading, but I mean, it's working. I don't know how to make it more efficient without just making it massively overly complicated. So coming back to the new industrial sector, we still have a nice little loop of trucks going around, making deliveries the way I want them to, pretty much. So traffic is really nice at the cargo harbor, but the cargo harbor is also not as great of a capacity. And commercial trucks getting off here is becoming an issue. How shallow of a space do we need in order to make a tunnel? Because I could probably make some tunnels offshooting from here. I don't know. In a perfect world, I'd like to make a system that works nice without having to kind of cheese it and just make a whole bunch of like underground tunnels as cut-throughs. Oh, look at the traffic coming off the freeway. And I think all of it is going to be going to the cargo harbor, so I need to be mindful of how that's distributing traffic. So that means all the traffic that's coming on the freeway over here and going into the tunnel, like all of this traffic. I gotta see where this idiot's going. He's probably taking the longest. The pathing isn't the greatest in this game. He's honestly probably taking like the longest possible route to get to wherever he's going, because he's going to go through the subway tunnel. We see a long column of trucks there. I wonder where they're going. Probably back to the forestry center, the lumber mill. I think the cargo bay is always going to be backed up. You know what I mean? Like, because everything's just going to have to get in line in order to load up cargo, so I think it's always going to be backed up, but as long as traffic isn't gridlocked, that means we're doing alright. Because even the cop cars have to drive slow on these 2-lane roads. So 2-lane roads are maybe good for easing congestion because it makes cargo trucks have to drive slower, but it also means that service vehicles are going to take longer to get around, which is a problem. We're doing okay. There's some problems with the death pickup because if I look at the traffic overlay, I don't know how well you can see it, but if the main outlet is that red area, the only roads that go back into this other area are roads that come up and around and under the bridge, which are these 4 roads right here. But that's a whole other story. Oh god, don't even get me started. I'm doing this as a distraction from that mess over at Evergreen Mills. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Bonnie got this game, and she says something to me like, oh, you're only at 30,000? Like, I'm already at Megalopolis. And I'm like, what? How? Like, you just barely got the game. And then I realized, oh, you fast forward, don't you? And she's like, oh, duh. I'm like, yeah, you can only play it at regular speed on Xbox. So this is definitely something to consider. Outbound traffic trying to get off of the, wow, that's really bad. I might make like a freeway exchange. You know what we could do? We could do... Freeway on-ramps are the second highest speed, I think. I think they're at least as fast as expressways. Or 6-lane roads. Okay. Ugh, I hate that it's doing that. Let me disable snapping here for a second. Let's just try to make this as straight as possible without it trying to like manually snap to everything. And it's gonna disrupt some of the zoning and probably destroy some buildings along the way, but just gonna, again, this is a temporary measure because part of this is just an experiment to see how traffic flows, to see if what I want to do is even fucking possible. And freeform. And then make it come out like this, and then like let me see here. I want to make it come like that, and then oh god, I wish it didn't come out at such a stupid angle. That's the one thing is merging lanes is like really hard to do in this game. They don't want to like come out at the angle that you want them to come out at. So I could do like this, and it's not gonna want to connect. So that's probably gonna be my best bet. And that's fucking ugly. There we go. And then, is this connected in the right route? Okay, and it's all lights on the right-hand side. So now traffic that needs to get on the freeway can just get on this entry ramp. And when you see people making really advanced cities, I'm at 29,000, and that's actually... oh, were you reading the hashtags? They want a prison. I was learning about it. My crime rate is exceptionally low, and so the question is, why the fuck do I need a prison when my crime rate is like almost negligible? Well, it's because while you can store, and that's an ugly ramp, while you can store criminals in police stations, in order to rehabilitate them, you need a prison. So I don't know, they just let the criminals out after a while, I guess. So let's see if they start using that little expressway, if they consider it to be a more efficient route. Because now a new cargo train just came in, which means we have traffic from these ships colliding with traffic from the trains, and it's just gonna create a nightmare. Oh god, it's starting to back up. Oh no! That's exactly what I was afraid would happen. So maybe I need to figure out how to have the two on separate lines that also have like a connecting flyover. I need to... Oh god, there's another cargo train. Holy shit, how are they coming this fast? How much cargo is getting shipped out of here? They are really stepping up their game over in Evergreen Mills. They were never shipping out this much cargo. Shout out to Dirty J Swag, who says, bigger loop and merge it right next to the freeway. That's definitely going to be an option. Man. This, I cannot believe how rapidly this exceeded my capacity. Okay, so that worked. Some of the outgoing traffic is hopping on the freeway going that way, alleviating part of the traffic problem. So this is just going to have to be an iterative design as I learn more about how the traffic pathing is going to work for this area. And that's still traffic coming out of the train terminal from the train that came in earlier. So, and a lot of the traffic that's coming off the train is turning around to get onto the ship at the cargo harbor. But then we have inbound traffic from the freeway, which is coming to drop off more cargo at the cargo harbor. So it's just a very high traffic. And the bottleneck is, which is pretty fast, all things considered, but there's just going to have to be a queue. And maybe I can have 2 different cargo harbors, but there's going to have to be, they're going to have to load up like that. Possibly. I considered that, but the problem with that is that if I create another, maybe like a, maybe? I don't think that's going to work. If I created another cutover, it would mean another place the traffic would have to stop to let things pass. So, it's good that we're learning this now, because I can still rework a lot of this. So a big part of, I'm thinking we're probably going to take this secondary road and move it out further to give us some more room, and then that way we might be able to make either bridges or tunnels, which will allow traffic leaving the cargo terminal to be able to exit in a way that doesn't put it back on the loop if it doesn't want to go back to the ship harbor. So that'll be interesting to think about. And you can see a lot of these vehicles that are just bypassing the cargo train terminal are things that came from the train terminal, went in a loop, dropped off cargo at the ships. Oh god, there's 2 more ships coming. So that one has 84% load, and that one has 100% load. Holy shit. And shout out to Sire Meyer. If that's how you pronounce that, that's cool. I like that. So I don't know. It's going to be an iterative process, and it's just going to take some trial and error. It's good to know, but I mean, at the same time, it's not really a problem, because while it does get congested at times, other times it works. And look at the ships are going to dock at the same time. That's ridiculous. I think it even does that on the PC. Like, that's just how ships work. Ships are really fucking stupid, which is unfortunate. But let's follow one of these guys, because I want to see where the hell they're taking goods. So at least this means I'm probably alleviating a lot of imports from the freeway. So I think freeway traffic is dying down considerably coming in from the north of the city. East-west traffic is picking up now because of just how many trucks are traveling in between, and there's another cargo train coming. So this is good. I went from not figuring out why my cargo trains weren't delivering any cargo to now having so much cargo. It's beautiful to see it working. Oh god, there's already a cargo train at the station. Holy shit, the train volume from Evergreen Mills is insane. I like it. How late is it? Oh, it's really late, and my phone's at 6%. I'm probably gonna have to plug that in. Yeah, I should probably do that now. Let me go ahead and leave the camera here so we can watch the cargo, and I'm gonna take another little breather for a second while I plug in my phone, use the bathroom, everything like that. So hopefully this is entertaining. Real quick though, I want to see where that truck is. You know what? How about this? Let's follow this guy. The deliveries are still gonna happen, but let's follow this guy and see where he's taking his deliveries so I can get a better idea of where I need to put roads to be able to get traffic to where it needs to go. And maybe, because, oh god, I'm experimenting with having the freeway here and then let out into main streets. We could probably have a dedicated freeway line that's going all the way to the cargo terminal. And because here's the other thing, I'm experimenting with trying to make this a really dense industrial area, but I make everything dense, and that's part of the problem is traffic becomes too big because I'm making it too dense. A lot of what I see people doing in streams and stuff online that have way better cities than I do is they let stuff have room to breathe. And they let, if they want to make a freeway interchange, rather than trying to make it as compact as possible, they make it as big as possible to accommodate as much traffic as they can, and then they build around the freeway interchange. So that's probably something that I'm going to do is experiment with trying to make stuff have more room to get to where it needs to go. And this is all vestigial now. This is all stuff that originally connected to the industrial area. So it's all about trial and error, iterative design, and experimentation, trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. So I'm going to let the camera follow this little dude and see where he goes, and I'm going to take a little breather for a couple minutes. So come back, stay if you want to see more. Be right back. God damn it. Thank you, Bono for show. I had it muted. So, what did I say that you guys didn't hear? So we saw that truck, it did a little loop where it came out of the cargo terminal, got on the freeway, got off the freeway, came over here, made its delivery to somewhere in Coolridge, and it got back on the freeway and came back. So part of the problem that I'm going to need to figure out how to solve is probably more direct freeway access. Having the freeway outlet down here is a good idea because it does let traffic get here relatively quickly, but I think I need a more direct freeway outlet, either a tunnel or an overpass, that'll let freeway traffic get almost off directly onto here. But regardless, one of the major pinch points is going to be the limit to how fast trucks are able to load up at the docks. And we're going to see here how full is this ship coming in. 100% full, wow. So we're going to see traffic get held up again with traffic from the ship trying to unload. So I need... there needs to be some kind of closed loop that allows traffic from the train terminal to come to the cargo harbor. So there's going to have to be an intersection somewhere. But at the end of the day, and I think I was muted when I said this earlier, God bless the people working at the cargo terminal because they are hustling to unload these trucks so damn quick. But at the end of the day, traffic is coming in at a steady pace. Trucks are getting into the terminal as quick as they can. Trucks are leaving the terminal as quick as they can. So that's going to be a limiting factor. Maybe a second ship dock. But regardless, and we see, now it's really going to get held up because another freight train just came in. So there's going to be outbound traffic leaving there. So we're going to see some backup. So part of the, I'm going to need two different, Okay, so what if... Part of the problem is there's a lot of commercial vehicles coming from the ships that need to go through here, and they get held up by the traffic that's coming out of here. So what if we did another little freeway thing and came off of here and came like this and made this a tunnel, and make a tunnel that goes underneath the train terminal, okay, and then comes up somehow, like I'm thinking like this, and then comes up and like that, and then merges over onto this. Okay, and is that the correct direction? Yes, it is. Okay, so now hopefully commercial traffic that doesn't need to go to the train terminal, which again I wish it would be smart and merge into oh, you know why? Because this is a one-way street, so traffic is stupid. It won't merge into the left lane to go past this traffic like it should. So I'm hoping that once the AI starts pathing correctly, commercial vehicles will get off of this little tunnel. Yes, okay. And that way commercial traffic can get past the traffic that's coming out of the train terminal. So it's gonna have to have multiple exits. It's worth noting that on a one-way loop like this, if you make something going out like that, it doesn't create a stop. If it was coming in, then there would need to be a traffic light for stuff to turn onto the road. So I can make off-bound ramps really easily without taking up a lot of space. You can see I was able to fit this one into this very tiny space going under the train terminal. And I actually rather like that. I'm not married. This is all proof of concept. It's all stuff that could change. We're getting steady traffic on the off-ramp, which is really cool, and that's merging onto the freeway. Kind of a sharp angle, so traffic does have to slow down a little bit to make that turn. I'm not super excited about that, but there are limits to how sharp of an angle you can make. We could maybe try to fix that. If I take it like this, you can see it's coming out at a steep angle, so I want to do that. I wish it would let me do that, but that's too much. That's asking too much of the game. No, and then that comes out at too steep of an angle. You could do something like... Don't scratch that, Mo. Don't scratch my couch, please. Don't scratch my couch. Find something else to scratch. I gotta get him a scratching post. And I might have just fucked it up, because now I might not be able to make it... and that's exactly the way it was before. So... the angles that you can make for freeway entrances, and maybe part of the problem is that I'm trying to make it, so maybe we could come back here and do like a shallow angle like that, and have that kind of come around like this. I think we're on to something here, and then have that be like a more shallow angle. scratch the couch mall. Like that, okay. And then let's change the direction to make that go the right way. And then hopefully it's gonna let me change the merging direction. So that's a little bit nicer. It's harder to make, that's pretty good looking. Now watch these trucks, this is gonna be funny. And they just like swerve to get back on there, they just adapt. But now traffic merging is a little bit quicker. I like that. So that's something else that we just learned, which is that merging on a turn is very difficult. You want to try to merge on straight freeways as much. Yeah, which is exactly what Dirty J Swag just said, which is run it next to it and then connect it rather than trying to connect on a turn. So that's another lesson learned. You need to connect things on straightaways in order to have the quickest merging, which we've done over here, so that's good. And then let's go check on Evergreen Mills and see how the outbound shipping is going. So we have a problem over... Oh, God. The hearses can't get over here. That's a problem because traffic is still so massively backed up. I think a building burned down over here. Evergreen Mills is another thing I need to work on. This place was placeholder, and I just threw it down. This was an experiment. Even though it looks like a finished town, this was an experiment. And it's a failing experiment. These dead people are probably going to cause these buildings to be abandoned. If we look at... I have never had this problem like this before. I could probably cheese it by putting down another crematorium over here to service the dead. But, I don't know. Like, I could probably do... Like, again, since it is an experiment and I could just tear it up later, we could do a little one-way road coming off like that. And that would destroy those buildings, but we can make it be like that. And then we could place down another... How much is the upkeep? $720 a week. So I'm making enough money. We can put another crematorium right there. And now that'll spawn little hearses to go pick up the dead people. I guess anything we can do to limit traffic going to this side of town. And I don't like that so many trucks are still trying to deliver to this area. We could probably alleviate that by bringing the train terminal up closer so that more trucks view the train as a faster route. But again, this is all experimental. You can see this is a really ugly loop because it was just an experiment. It was just throwing it down to see if it would work, and it did. Now it's just a matter of trying to get it to work better. I'm hesitant to move this stuff around because I don't want Evergreen Mills to look like this. I'm going to come in and I'm going to redesign this traffic exchange to make it run better. You can see it's a fucking nightmare with all this traffic building up with people trying to go out and all these people trying to use the bus, and the buses are stuck in traffic, so it's just a mess. Actually, you can see some buses leaving, but okay. So Evergreen Mills is a mess, noted. I bet you these guys are driving manually to get to the cargo harbor. It says it's delivering forestry products to the company, the lumber company. Hi, Mo. So let's see where these guys are going and try to figure out why logging trucks are still getting on the freeway instead of going to the train terminal. Maybe they're delivering to Rubicon timber? Don't knock over my phone, Mo. Do you wanna come over here? Do you want attention? Come here. Come here. Please don't knock over my phone. Okay. Hi, Mo. Okay, so they are going to Rubicon Timber, which is weird. I don't know why products from a forestry company is going to another forestry company. Maybe it's picking up more goods. So I think truck traffic from Evergreen Mills is going to be a constant, and I can cut down with freight trains, but I don't think I can completely eliminate it. So we got a little bit of a merging problem there with trucks going left, staying in the left-hand lane. Hi, Mo. Hi, Mo. How are you doing? So I wanna kind of follow this truck for a little bit and see where he's going. And while we have him tagged, I can like zoom out. Oh wait, so he's making a pickup. So he's delivering products there. Now where is he going? Is he going back to Evergreen Mills? So he's probably going to do a loop around Rubicon. Rubicon is an example, talking about trying to lay out that new industrial district. Rubicon here is an example of what happens when you lay out a really large one-way loop. And it's great for keeping traffic flowing, but it sucks because there's a lot of extra distance traveled. There's no cut-throughs, there's no shortcuts. It's just one-way street that goes around the whole facility. So this truck making a delivery way at the beginning of the loop has to drive down the entirety of the loop in order to get back on the freeway to be able to get back to where it needs to go. So I bet you we're going to see him And you can see he has to make like a complete turn, and he's probably going to go back around that little flyover loop again, which is really inefficient. So he's probably going to come back through that loop, and then... Yep, there he goes. He's going to go out the little flyover loop, and he's going to come back around. Rubicon Timber was intended, it was, when I initially laid it out, it was intended to service traffic going from Rubicon Timber to the old industrial sector. It was never intended to accommodate traffic that needs to go further down the freeway, otherwise I probably would have designed it with better freeway exits, which I might be able to fix now that I'm thinking about it. I could probably put another exit on the end of the loop there that connects to the underground freeway. In fact, you know, I could probably alleviate some traffic by doing that now. What if I did... like this, and then I'm probably going to have to demolish a building in order to do this. But we could... there's some tunnels there, so we could probably get away with... I don't think I like those. Well, maybe we could do like... will it let me get away with something like this? That's trying to snap to the road. We don't want that. We want it to go under. So I don't think it's going to let me do that. Maybe... we could do like this. We would have to demolish those buildings, but we could always put those back later if we decide we want it. So now it's going to run into the metro tunnels. We would have to make it go underneath, and then it would have to come back up, and then come this way, and then merge into the freeway somehow. Yikes. Ugh. And then I have some pedestrian walkways that are getting in the way. So you can see the kind of things that I'm having to contend with. Oh, it's just awful. Rubicon Timber was never designed to accommodate traffic going in this direction like this. And then will it let me... aha! Now we can demolish that pedestrian walkway, and we'll fix that later. But now maybe we can have some traffic taking that exit instead of going all the way around the loop a second time, and let's see if we can catch a truck going that way. Isn't that right, Mo? So wow, freeway exchanges. So you can see the more you get into this game and the more stuff is going on, the more you move away from traditional road layouts, and you have to move into these crazy layouts to be able to accommodate traffic. Is that going the right way? Yeah, it is. So it should merge correctly if a truck needs to get out of the loop. It should be able to take that exit in order to get to where it needs to go. So I'm hoping we might be able to spot a truck taking that little flyover instead of going around the loop again. Maybe, if we're lucky. And it takes a second for the AI pathing. So there are probably trucks that were already on the loop that decided they wanted to go this way a long time ago, and it's taking a while for the change that I made to register. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. I think I need to... oh, okay. There we go. Now it's connected correctly. They were going the wrong way. So now let's see if we see some... now I feel like an idiot for waiting those precious couple minutes, seconds. I don't know how long that was. But now let's see if we see any traffic cutting away to use that tunnel, which is I really actually like that tunnel a lot being there. Now you can see it's creating some clipping issues where it deformed the terrain back there, and you can see a little gap. If you turn the camera the right way, that's going to bother me. But that's happening all over the place. That's a little bit better on the PC version. But let's see. I'm hoping we're going to see a truck use that flyover any second. But as you can see, Rubicon Timber has a really, really strong traffic flow of just constant movement, which is really nice. It's not often that I see a truck that's going back that way. Maybe we'll be able to follow the ones from the forestry product. I don't know. But the underground tunnel system in this area is just a mess, because we have a... and maybe I'll move the metro line, because we have a metro tunnel coming through this way. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm an idiot. I connected it to the wrong thing. That's why it's not working. Because that's not the outbound tunnel, that's the inbound tunnel. Fuck. So it would have to... oh, God. Oh, fuck me. I don't even know. It would have to... it would have to come off like that, and then it would have to come... Mo, chill out. You're okay. Did I mention that Mo really doesn't like me playing this game because of how much attention I give it? Okay, we can make it come like that. Oh god, this is such a nightmare. And then it would have to come up like 3 different levels. Oh, it's not, I'm not gonna be able to, because I think it's 3 levels down. So like, we can't, oh, fuck me. Problems, man. Oh god. Look, if we wanted it to come out, it would have to come out like this. Oh, fuck. It's not gonna work. I mean, we could make it work, but it would be so messy, but that's an idea. And in the meantime, we're just gonna have to get rid of the tunnel for now, and maybe we'll fix it some other time. I like that tunnel. That's a really cool little fly-off tunnel. I'm just gonna have to figure out how to connect it back to the outbound freeway. So in the meantime, trucks are gonna take that massively inefficient route. But let's go ahead and play. I don't know why. We have hearses in this area. I don't know why the dead are not getting picked up properly in this area. But probably because of what I did in Evergreen Mills, diverting hearses, and it's a mess. So we have a little bit of a crime problem. You can see some of these buildings are getting abandoned. And if we come back here, Mo, we come back, this, you know what? This is gonna bother me. Let's just fix that right now. Look at that, nice little tree. Nobody's using that little corner traffic exchange, so you know, the best laid plans, right? Like, you work hard to lay something out a certain way, and then it's like, oh, they don't use the roads anywhere near the way that you thought they would, because they determine that the most efficient route is a route that takes them snaking around a bunch of, you know, like, intersections and stuff. You see, traffic's not bad. It looks like we got another train, and yay, that truck just used that flyover ramp like I wanted it to. So we'll have to experiment. I'm not going to stay up too much longer, but that's probably what the next goal is going to have to be. This train is coming in at 93% capacity. So we'll have to experiment with having flyovers to be able to accommodate traffic that needs to go from one cargo terminal to another. We can see that train traffic coming out of the terminal there. And Mo's being a sweetheart. Yes, you're paying attention to me. Oh, Mo, you're getting hair all over fucking everything. Holy shit. We can see all those forestry trucks coming off the train, turning around to go back to the ship dock. Right, Mo, it's a ship dock. He's loving this. Yes, you're finally paying attention to me. So hopefully right now we're going to see these commercial vehicles take that little... I don't know why they're not taking the... That's weird. I don't know why they're not taking the lower tunnel. It's probably because they still consider that to be the most direct route, which is odd. Some of them are taking that tunnel. I don't know why they're deciding to go the other way, though. What? What do you want, Mo? So we have some outgoing traffic that's taking that little tunnel, and then a lot of traffic that's not. So it's helping the traffic. But we're still getting efficient loading on the ships. A little bit of buildup of traffic, because we got the incoming traffic coming from this direction and the outgoing. It's honestly handling traffic about as well as I expected it to. There's some buildup when it surges, but for the most part, stuff's coming through here. Now you can see we have an employment problem. I've zoned all this area for industrial. Now we have a housing crisis where there's not enough people to man all of these industrial zones that I'm creating, so that's something to consider. I know, huh, Mo? You don't know anything about city building. So we got more trucks delivering to the train terminal, and then we've got more traffic coming in off the freeway. So everything's flowing pretty okay for right now, but I'm definitely learning some lessons about how I can make this all more efficient. So this is interesting. And this is how the game goes for me. I do a little bit of work, and then I make something happen, and then I spend so much time watching it, trying to figure out like how traffic is flowing and figuring out how I can improve it to make it run better. The lower speed 2-lane roads allow for like sharper turns and you know, like cross intersection. Ow, what are you doing? But what do you call it? The freeway on-ramps like this don't allow for as sharp turns, so you can't really do as many loops, at least not without drastically slowing down the traffic. So that's cool. We're not getting as many cargo trains coming in now all of a sudden, so let's try to see why. The cargo station over here. Looks like not nearly as many trucks are coming over here to load up. A lot of them are still going north, so why are they going north? Where are they going? So this one, it's exporting goods. So if it's exporting goods, then why is it going this way instead of taking the train? Because the train takes it directly to a ship to be able to export goods. I would much rather it take the train. Probably because, if I were to guess, this problem would be alleviated by moving the train station closer. So let me look at my zoning. We might be able to get away with making that train station a lot closer, because a lot of this stuff has kind of been destroyed, or at least de-zoned because there's not enough demand. So let's try something interesting. And let's make... Alright, I'm gonna take a break from petting you for like 2 minutes, so just chill out, buddy. So let's go ahead and try to do this. Let's move that train station up closer, bearing in mind we're gonna change all this crap anyway. Let's make this 2 lanes, and let's move it like this. Oh, and he's fucking off. He doesn't want. He's like, you're done petting me. And I don't know if I want to make that another intersection, but let's do that. And let's maybe make this connect like right. Let's make that connect like that. And now we should be able to tear up those roads and say, yeah, bearing in mind this is all temporary, and I have to remember that the way I put it here in the first place was temporary, so I think I need to destroy those roads. And let's move this up here and make this like that, and then we'll take the train and make it just go through, because I don't really care. Okay, and have that space already occupied by what? Space already occupied by what? Come on, why is it trying to snap like that? Okay. And let's do freeform. Oops. And let's make that a nice gentle curve as best we can. That's pretty nice. Okay, and then let's see if we can't move that road back now. Let's see if it'll let us do it, because that'd be cool. I like ground level crossings where it's practical. It's very seldom practical. See, why does that say space already occupied? Especially when it lets me cross right there, because I could do this. So, I don't fucking know. Go figure. So we can probably make that a little nicer, even just because we're dicking around now and we're not really trying to make this practical. So now, hopefully more trains will divert to the train station, and then we can get rid of this little loop here, because that's not really doing anything now. Although it's not hurting anything either, so let's leave it, because again, this is all temporary, right? And we're going to change stuff. So let's hope that now we're going to make more of these trucks divert to go that way. And you can see when you don't restrict it to a one-way, they'll totally like just come back and go the other way on a 2-lane, which for this forestry area might not be a big deal. So let's watch this for a little bit and see how it works, because now we should be pulling some of this truck traffic off, trying to get back on the freeway, and clogging up this interchange so bad. This is like a direct line of nothing but trucks trying to exit. Oh god, that's so awful. Wow. I think a truck just despawned because it couldn't path. It's like it's things get stuck in traffic for too long, they just disappear. So this is good. We have more trucks coming through, but then this is also creating a lot of traffic because there's a lot of trucks trying to use that as a through street. It's not really an issue because not that many trucks are trying to load up at the train terminal. I wish they would, because that would be really cool. So we see more trucks coming in and trying to get to the train terminal. That's good. And then hopefully any minute here it'll spawn a cargo train, and then we can follow that back to the dock and kind of watch a cargo train happen. So we still... Why are you guys still trying to get on the freeway? Delivering goods to forestry products. Delivering goods. Delivering goods. So the ones that are delivering goods are trying to leave. The ones that are exporting... You know what we can do too? We can do this. And then we can do outside connections. And let's go to export. So we can see the trucks that are trying to export. Tourism, export, import. So export trucks are mostly going for the terminal, but then a lot of these trucks are not exporting. So you're exporting. Why? Where are you going? Are you trying to get on the freeway? No way am I gonna like follow you through traffic to get there. Yep, another building burned down because the firemen can't get out here. So yeah, this place is falling apart at the seams. But let's see, we still have export. So not that many facilities exporting, and I'm not entirely certain why. And I'm not entirely certain why some of the vehicles that are exporting are trying to take the freeway. So let's go ahead and follow you, because you're exporting, and I want to see why you're deciding to go in the direction that you're going. So let's go ahead and select him, and we'll be able to follow him in a minute. He's going to be stuck in traffic until the light changes. And maybe we'll get to see him go here in just a sec, and then they're going to keep loading up more trains there. Okay, so the light's green. This idiot should be able to get across here and get on the freeway, and we'll be able to see that happen. So let's see where he's exporting to, because if he drives all the way to the ship dock, then he's stupid. It's fucking stupid if he tries to drive all the way to the ship dock, because he should be loading up on the train to be able to get stuff there. Outbound traffic is not really as much of a problem. I wish I could get some of the imports that are happening here to go on the train and alleviate some of this traffic problem. So hopefully this guy is just going to take a straight shot on the freeway to get out of here. And maybe he's exporting by road, which would make this the more efficient option were it not for the traffic backup. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Driving through the tunnel. Okay, he's going through the main tunnel, which snakes around a little bit. I don't like that, but I had to do what I had to do to make it go around some other tunnels in the area. It's complicated. Maybe I'll clean those tunnels up at some point, but so far traffic is flowing fairly unimpeded. So he's going to come up, and how much you want to bet he uses the freeway interchange to just take the highway out of town? I think so, because he's getting in the right-hand lane. And yep, okay, so some trucks are deciding to use the freeway to export, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but they're holding up traffic in Evergreen Mills. So we do get to see a little bit of action here with the exchange system. So let's go ahead and follow the train tracks back. So he's leaving town. I want to see if we spot a cargo train on the way out. Not yet. Unless one blew past us while we were following that truck, but I doubt it. Trains go faster than freeway traffic, but only just a little bit. So we should see some export trucks loading up onto the train. And I'm hoping that any minute now this train is going to spawn, because we're going to get some more cargo. And then we'll be able to follow that back to the ship dock. But I'm accomplishing what I wanted to accomplish, which is to experiment and kind of see how this system works to get a feel for what demand looks like and what makes deliveries go a certain route and how I can make it more efficient. Because you can have a train line, but if the train line is farther away than the freeway, a lot of times they'll just choose to take the freeway. And I wish I could, you know, I could probably restrict freeway traffic if I wanted to. That's interesting. Import. So I'm importing agricultural products because I don't have any farmland yet. That might be another project. But, you know, like, I still gotta focus on solving the problems in my city that exist now before I start thinking about expanding. Look what happened the last time I expanded before solving problems. I ended up making this mess. But it's definitely good that we're seeing more cargo getting loaded onto the train. Oh, here we go. And how full is the train? 100% full, so that's not bad at all. So let's go ahead and snap onto the caboose and let's follow this train. So one of the things I did want to see is this railroad crossing as it leaves, which is going to be cool. And we have another crossing over here while it goes over this little dirt road to get around the bus. Okay, now we should be able to follow this cargo train all the way to the ship dock. We've got some nice shallow curves, so it doesn't have to slow down too much. Might have to slow down a little bit more on this curve. Oh, that's a pretty nice curve. I'm trying to get a feel for how short you can make the curves without having to make trains slow down. Because if they have to make a tight turn, they slow down and it's agonizing. And they take a little room to start up to kind of build up that speed. But we're going to drive past the freeway and see that awful traffic buildup. But I'm loving this cargo line. I'm loving the cargo trains being able to take product out of here. So it's going to go along the train bridge, snake along through Hickory Park, past Rubicon Timber. I'm thinking about maybe putting in a cargo station at Rubicon Timber. Although Rubicon Timber was designed from the ground up to work with freeway traffic. So you can see here, the train has to slow down to get around this turn. This is a very tight turn area. I'm willing to live with that because it lets it cut through a very dense urban area, and it's kind of working around limitations. But you can see it starts to pick up more speed as it goes straighter here. And that ramp underneath the freeway is nuts. It just takes that at like full force. And then we're going to go down the tunnel to go underneath the freeway exchange. And there's a little bit of slowdown because there's a sharp turn coming out of the tunnel that I might try to fix in order to make this more efficient. You can see that is just a pinch point as it has to like turn. But then as soon as it gets off of that turn, it gets up to full speed again. So that's a day in the life of a cargo train. Trying to get a feel. It helps sometimes to just take an opportunity to follow some things and see where they're going and try to determine why they're making the decisions that they're making. And we're coming back to the cargo station. Alright, and that cargo train's gonna dock, and then we're gonna see all these forestry vehicles get off of here. And it's good to see some trucks using that ramp to get out of there like I want. So that's cool. And we can see there's not enough outbound freight for there to be another freight train. It just disappeared because there wasn't anything for it to take out. I love watching this stuff. So where are you going? Delivering to one of the industrial buildings. So it's taking the lumber products and it's delivering it to the industrial area, probably to manufacture goods, which are then going to get shipped into the city to commercial buildings. Delivering forestry products to Best Parts. There are mods on the PC that let you select a vehicle and see its path, see where it's going. So some of these ships that are coming in aren't at max capacity, which I don't know if that's good or bad. You can see a lot of the outbound traffic is taking that little flyover. Not as much as I would like. Some of it's still trying to go through, and I don't know why. Are these oil trucks going to load up onto the train, or are they just going through? So if they're going through, I'd like them to not go this way. They're going through. So I don't know what to do about that, because if he gets on that free... No, okay, so he's going... Let me guess. Is he delivering to one of the industrial buildings? Importing oil to Quality Appliances. He's probably going somewhere local, so he doesn't need to get on the freeway. So we can see another example of that holdup where some of these forestry products No, actually that's working pretty well. And then we can see a lot of the stuff that's getting off of the ship is going straight into the cargo terminal. So I don't know. There's room for improvement, but it's working pretty well, all things considered. And we can see traffic getting off there. That's alleviating some of that backup, which is really nice. Really, really nice. So I guess part of the moral of the story is don't be afraid to use tunnels and freeway entry ramps. Yeah, it looks a little cheesy and it doesn't look like a real city, but that's part of the appeal of the game. It'll probably be frustrating if you try to lay things out like a real city, and you'll probably get frustrated by how drivers don't drive like actual drivers and they make frustrating choices and you have to kind of design your city to accommodate. But some people go way overboard and make their cities ridiculous. Like some people just make stupidly complex spaghetti exchanges, freeway exchanges, and like underground tunnel networks that just snake around for miles to try to accommodate. I try to limit tunnels as much as I can just because it's a little cheesy. Once you have enough money, you can just build snaking tunnels. I've seen people that have really bad train backup, and so why did he decide to go that way? I've seen people that have really bad train backup, and so they just build these ludicrous snaking tunnels underneath the ground to allow trains to just back up for like obscene distances, and it's gross. It's honestly like disgusting to watch it happen. I feel bad that all this really nice grass area is going to get polluted and dead, but hopefully some of the pollution from this area is going to be limited now. And you know what? I think I had intended... Yeah, that gravel road was meant to be a boundary, and I was going to stop industrial before that. So let's go ahead and de-zone this area and get rid of some of this industry. And hopefully that'll rebalance some of these areas that are experiencing unemployment. And we just de-zoned this, and I think what should happen, these buildings should disappear since the zoning got taken away. They're going to just eventually despawn. So that'll take care of itself, and hopefully that's going to limit some of the ground pollution because I'm moving the industry over a little bit. And then I want to take some of this area that I'm giving myself. Once I delete most of this freeway overpass, I'm going to try to put in a transit hub, and I'm going to try to move my bus station, which is currently causing a lot of traffic problems. Remember Evergreen Mills, that area way over there on the other side of the highway? This is the bus stop to go to Evergreen Mills. It's just... the buses don't come. There's only like 9 buses on this line, and they're all held up in traffic at the freeway exchange. So this bus line is a mess. So I'm hoping that I can move, and not to mention this is a bad place for a bus station. I'm hoping that I can move this bus station over and put a passenger train line, and I'm also going to put a passenger harbor to have ships come in and bring people and allow them very quick and easy access to get over to the transit hub and be able to get on buses to go where they need to go, and be able to get on a train to hopefully go to Evergreen Mills and eventually to the city. I was originally going to build this city area and expand this out into a new area, and I ended up building Evergreen Mills, and that was a fucking mess. And then I needed to examine making my cargo system more efficient, so I started redesigning the old industrial area. Now that's a mess. So now I have a lot of spinning plates and a lot of messes. Let's go ahead and follow this cargo train, because I love watching trains in this game. As soon as I learned you could build trains, I was like, that's it, I'm done. This is the game that I'm gonna get. And it was a long march to get to the point where I could actually build trains. And the first time I was able to build trains, I couldn't get the freight trains to run, and I couldn't figure out why. There just wasn't enough demand to like warrant people using the train line, and I didn't have it near anything that was producing freight, and I couldn't understand like why commercial products weren't getting shipped on the train line. There's a lot of commercial products that are getting shipped to Evergreen Mills on the freeway and causing a lot of congestion. I would really like if my industrial zone would load. Why is there such a massive death problem? Is my death care just not enough? The crematorium has a massive capacity, but for some reason there just aren't enough hearses getting around to pick up the dead. I don't know if that's because they're all going to Evergreen Mills. I don't know what it is. You know what I could do, because I have some money, not a lot, but I could go to economy and go to budget, and I could put this up to, oh god, that'd be a heavy investment. If I put it up to 150, That would increase the budget from 7,000 to about 10,000. That would be so much. Let's do like a 15% increase on the budget for healthcare and see if that doesn't help alleviate the problem and spawn more hearses. My population is going down. I don't know why there's such a problem with dead people not getting picked up. As we can see, one little hearse down here picking up a dead person. Part of the problem is that hearses take so long to pick up dead people, and I think they only hold one dead person at a time. So this guy's picking up a dead person from Boutiques Galore Shopping Mall. I've never had a death problem like this. So this is new. Now, hopefully he's going to pick up right here, because wouldn't it make sense for him to pick up at the closest spot? But no, he's continuing on for some reason and going this way. So a lot of the hearses are getting backed up going through residential areas, and they have to go at slower speeds, but I just really am having a hard time understanding why they're taking as long as they are to pick up dead people. And then they make asinine decisions like go deliver dead people to like a really far away crematorium because that's technically the one they spawned at, instead of just delivering to one that's closer. So now we're going to see these guys get out and they're going to go get up the last dead person. And we're going to come back and follow them in a minute. But for now, we have a crime problem because it looks like the police can't get here quick enough. And traffic at the cargo dock is running efficiently enough. More buildings are getting built, but we still don't have enough people to staff them, so they're becoming abandoned, which is making the crime rate go up. And then we can see this hearse picking up another dead person. So problems, problems, problems. I'm probably going to have to demolish a lot of buildings if the dead problem gets out of hand and dead people go for long enough without getting picked up. The building becomes permanently abandoned as like a quarantine problem, and you have to demolish it. So, wow, this is amazing. I don't understand why there are so many dead people piling up, not getting picked up. Are they just all dying at the same time? Because my population is going down. It would make sense that a certain demographic of people is becoming old and aging out of the system. Because the majority... Let's actually take a look. We can look at our population, and I bet you a high population is seniors. Yeah, seniors are at 26% of the population now. Oh god. Wow. So 26%, I'm at 88 deaths a week, which is like right around the same number of births. So this is interesting. I never pay attention to demographics, so I don't know if this is unusually high. But you can see the gray buildings are the ones that are mostly seniors. So it looks like my population is starting to age out and we're getting a lot of people dying, and maybe that's compounded by the traffic issue, and maybe we have a lot of hearses that are backed up going to Evergreen Mills. But that can't be right because I don't see any hearses in the traffic backup. There's one and there's another. Oh, okay, so there's like 3 or 4 hearses backed up trying to get places. Why? Oh, there's actually a lot of hearses backed up. So I'm going to have to tackle this traffic problem sooner or later. I don't know why they're doing that, not when I have local death care. I think I have 2 crematoriums in this neighborhood, but they do stupid things like someone who's from a crematorium in this town will decide to get on the freeway and drive halfway across town to pick up a dead person. So I guarantee you a big part of the death problem is all these hearses that are backed up trying to get on the freeway at Evergreen Mills, and it's a mess. So wow, part of the solution to the problem is probably going to just be to bulldoze Evergreen Mills completely and basically give it the same treatment that I gave the industrial sector. And that's probably going to have to take priority because the industrial sector is at least working. Well, it's not working, more accurately, nobody's working. So I'm probably going to have to redesign the industrial sector, and not yet, though. I'm going to have to focus on the hearse problem. So, wow. If it's not one thing, it's 17 things. Traffic flow is good, but this is kind of the same problem I was running into with Evergreen Mills. I zoned so much stuff for industrial, and there wasn't enough supply of people to work there. And so I ended up with a whole bunch of abandoned buildings, which lowered the land value, which meant that people didn't want to work there. And it just becomes this nightmare loop. So yeah. So there's definitely plenty of work to do, and I have some time off this weekend that I'm going to be able to dedicate to trying to fix a lot of these problems. But in the meantime, let's watch some trucks get unloaded from a cargo train. Oh, and the train is actually going back at 87% capacity, so let's follow this train. We'll give it some time because it's going to take a while to get back to Evergreen Mills, but let's follow it and see what it's delivering to Evergreen Mills. Probably a lot of imports from the ships. And then we can see all of these trucks from the train are looping around to go back. We could probably get away with putting a one-way like right here, so a lot of these trucks can just cut right over. That'll probably help a lot of that problem. But for now, I don't want to do anything because I want to keep that train selected, and that way we'll be able to follow it. Now we're having a little bit of problem with garbage pickup and crime because these offices don't have good links to the police network. Oh god. Oh, you know what? I think I might have accidentally disconnected this from everything. I think that road doesn't connect, which is why we're not getting any coverage in this little bottom road. I think I deleted the tunnel that came up somewhere else. So yeah, I'll probably have to fix that. Wow. And then a ship just docked, which means we're going to get more traffic coming out of here. And hopefully we'll see people using the freeway off-ramp. We got some stuff coming in to deliver back to the train line. So at least this is one victory. I made this a lot more efficient than it used to be. So that's cool. It's still a problem, but it's less of a problem. And then we got another freight train coming in. So that means the trains are back up and running, which is good. Which reminds me, we can go check on this train. It's not even halfway to Evergreen Mills yet. So we'll be able to come over here and see more traffic getting off the train, more traffic loading up, and another ship is coming in. So at least cargo is flowing efficiently, which is good. Shout out to Halo Dreadnought. Yes, there is a free mode where you can turn on unlimited money and unlock all the milestones. Normally when you're playing the game, you have to make money by making your businesses not just collapse in on themselves, and you have to unlock milestones by reaching certain population levels. But you can turn those off to just kind of freely make whatever you want, and it's like creative mode in Minecraft. You just have unlimited everything. Now you're still going to have to figure out how to design and lay out everything to not create traffic nightmares. There's no way around that. That's the game. But yeah, you can definitely make it easier on yourself so that, you know, risk of failure isn't just massive. So we're going to go ahead and watch this train come back into the station and trigger these railroad crossings, which I love. I love railroad crossings if you can find ways to put them in that's not just going to be horrendously inefficient for everything. So let's go ahead and see what's getting off the train here at Evergreen Mills so we can get an idea of what the demand is and what's getting shipped. So it looks like a lot of petroleum, a lot of oil, and then some commercial goods. Yes, good. Commercial goods coming off the train means less goods having to go by freeway, which does mean we're going to have a traffic problem. See, one of the other problems in this area is that the freeway interchange system occupies the two only bridges that connect the two halves of the town. I'm just going to redesign this town. It's just a mess. So traffic that's trying to get across locally has to merge into traffic that's trying to get on the freeway, which is held up by traffic that's local that's trying to get on the freeway to get out, and it's just creating an absolute standstill. This place is burning to the ground. The death problem is at least under control, it looks like. Now there's a death problem in this part of town, and how much you want to bet there are still hearses piled up in this area? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hearses. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little hearses. Wow. So it looks like 2 of these hearses might actually get on the freeway and get the fuck out of here. Yes, escape! Escape the black hole that is Evergreen Mills. So they're fucking off on the freeway. They're good. They're in the clear now. There's no traffic problems out of here that are anywhere near as bad as they are here at Evergreen Mills. And then looks like we got 2 hearses ready to get on, and then we got 2 more backed up all the way to here. Jesus Christ. What a mess. So like I said, a lot of work to do. Looks like we got some of these imported goods from the train also backing up traffic. So one of the things I could probably do to alleviate traffic is connect some of these roads. But even then, I've got traffic backed up this way. So I could probably do like just like a gravel road and make it straight and make it come off like this. And then we could probably connect another one like this. And that way some more traffic can come up from Evergreen Mills into the city proper, even though it's all temporary and we want to get rid of that anyway. But it looks like we got another cargo train leaving Evergreen Mills, which means the cargo terminal is getting more use, which means there's going to be more traffic offloading from the cargo terminal in the industrial sector, which means we're going to have to rework. So it's just... oh my god. Shout out to Skonka Lover. Skunka Lover? Nice to see ya. Yeah. I need to go to bed. I'm up too late. I've been up since early in the morning. Look at this, it's a nightmare. So if I was gonna try to fix this, I would do the same thing that I did to Evergreen Mills when I had this problem, because Evergreen Mills used to be completely zoned for industrial. Now you can see all these empty zoning squares. I didn't have the capacity. That was an experiment, because if we look at the resources tab, that whole area is forest. And so I was like, maximum coverage, maximum profit. No. Not when you don't have the capacity or the road network to be able to handle it. So now the zoning is much simpler. And we don't have an abandoned building problem because I'm not trying to exceed the demand by building too much industrial zoning. So now we're going to have to do the same thing to our new industrial sector, where we're going to have to say, like, get rid of that building and then de-zone the squares so that it doesn't get rebuilt because we don't have demand. So demolish that building and de-zone the squares. And demolish that building and de-zone the squares. And then we're going to demolish... oh god. And we'll de-zone this. So we've made this really dense industrial area to fill the void that's left by the destruction of the previous industrial area. But now the commercial demand for industrial goods isn't even high enough to warrant this new area that we just created. So it's spinning plates, it's a balancing act. You can see the meter in the bottom right hand corner of my screen is full blue or green. I'm going colorblind, it's so stressful. That's because we have a demand for residential. There isn't enough places for people to live, which is probably tied to this problem we're experiencing with the industrial. It's basically the game saying we need more workers, but there's not enough places for people to live in the city, so we don't have enough workers to live in the industrial because there aren't enough workers that live here to be able to do that. So, oh my god. And it's like squashing bugs, you know what I mean? It's like if you have an ant problem, and instead of getting a can of Raid, you just go through and try to squish each one individually, which can work for small infestations. And you can see dezoning that accidentally destroyed that building. So we could probably do, and this is, you know, like playing whack-a-mole, because I've zoned this entire area for industrial, and I guarantee you that destroying all these buildings is going to create a demand for more buildings, and more buildings are going to go up, and then they're going to be compounded by the unemployment problem. Whoops, fuck. And then they're not going to get occupied because there aren't enough people to work, and it's going to be a loop, and I'm just going to end up, most of this area that I worked so hard to zone with industrial, I'm going to end up de-zoning because I don't have enough demand for industrial. And, you know, just sitting here fucking talking about it is already making me so tired that I can't see straight. So if your head is spinning listening to me talk about this, believe me, my head is spinning playing this. So let's go ahead and de-zone that. And eventually, if I keep doing this, if I keep demolishing abandoned buildings and de-zoning the area where they spawned, we're eventually going to start to level out, where there's going to be just, I think we're going to find that sweet spot of just enough industry to be sustained by demand. And then if I fix the problem in Evergreen Mills and I get traffic flowing and I redesign a completely new freeway off-ramp system that's super efficient, and we can fix that so there's less turnaround for products, and I can create a new area for urban housing and get more people moved into the city, then we'll start to see more of a demand for industrial happen, and that's when I'll come back over here and rezone this stuff with industrial and get more industry happening. But in the meantime, all these ghost buildings is creating an elevated crime level in this area, and it's just bad. One of the other things I'm kind of thinking in regards to this cargo area is I can probably, if we have more dedicated freeway ramps to be able to ferry traffic directly to the cargo terminal where it needs to go, we can probably get away with having getting rid of a lot of these one-way roads and making access for emergency vehicles a lot easier. So rather than having to navigate around a complicated loop like they have to do in the Rubicon Timber Mill, we can have them take more direct routes because we're not going to have all these one-way streets limiting traffic flow. Definitely, as much as it may not be realistic, I think there's, you have to give up and kind of bow down to the practicality after a certain point and be like, trying to make it look like my hometown does not work. So I need to have things like ridiculous freeway overpasses that lead directly to cargo harbors in order to get stuff to where it needs to go. And so that's probably what I'm going to do, is I'm going to move towards a more efficient, probably more gamey, less realistic way of laying things out that works better. And honestly, a lot of the cities that I see from YouTubers that are being built that are really efficient do that. They take advantage of the game mechanics rather than trying to be realistic or have grid-shaped layouts. And honestly, I could probably make my grid-shaped layouts more efficient to help with that problem. But yeah, that's what's going through my head right now. And you can see all these, like, I'm squashing the abandoned buildings, but all these other buildings with the little hard hat worker symbols over them are buildings where there's not enough employment, which are soon going to become abandoned buildings. So this game of whack-a-mole that I'm playing is going to go on for a while as buildings continue to become abandoned, and then I have to delete them and dezone the areas to prevent them from respawning. Like, I could probably dezone this whole area. There's not even enough demand to make industrial buildings get built here. But is that all the abandoned ones? And I don't even want to get started on this area, which doesn't have anybody going to it because I forgot to connect it with a fucking road. But okay. At least the cargo harbor works. We just have to... So that's probably going to stay where it is. I just need to redesign everything around it. And create more efficient traffic flow to get shipments there and back. And... that's pretty much the bottom of the barrel for my creative energy, and it's taken pretty much every ounce of my being to be able to throw this together, and it's a mess. So I'm gonna wrap it up here and start to call it a night. You can see we're having similar problems over here in Evergreen Mills, where these buildings are getting abandoned. So I might dezone some of these. These are high-density commercial buildings, and I think we don't have enough people buying from them, which is part of the problem. So we're gonna go ahead and dezone these areas. Because Evergreen Mills is going to get torn down anyway, I'm going to completely redesign it probably. Even though I like the way this ended up looking, especially with the high-density buildings on the hill there, creating this really interesting area, I did throw it together, and it's not really well connected via roads, and the main problem is traffic not being able to get off the freeway, so I'm going to have to devise some kind of system to allow high volumes of traffic to be able to exit the freeway, and allow hearses to pick up all the dead people that are rotting or getting eaten by their cats. Oh god. And there's even some abandoned buildings happening in my city. What's really, really, really a head spinner on top of all of this shit, like, for instance, when I first started laying down Evergreen Hills, it was only connected by this freeway. There are no surface streets that connect it, which is also part of the problem. But I had it in my head that Evergreen Mills would turn into... We're going to go ahead and dezone this area. I had it in my head that Evergreen Mills was going to turn into, like, this self-contained little, like, hamlet. Originally, it was much more suburban housing before I turned it into high density because I didn't have enough... Suburban housing wasn't enough to support the massive number of workers that are needed for the lumber mill. So I ended up turning a lot of this into high-density residential, which meant I had to turn a lot of the low-density commercial into high-density commercial to support the high-density residential, which mean then they had a higher demand for imported goods, which meant this ridiculous traffic problem of all these commercial delivery vehicles and hearses. Oh my god, look at all the hearses backed up here. Oh god. Oh god, it hurts. It hurts. So all these hearses that should be picking up dead people are waiting to get off the freeway to get into Evergreen Mills to pick up all the dead people. So you can see the cascade effect. And I kind of have it in my head that maybe I can alleviate part of this traffic problem by reducing the size of Evergreen Hills and turning it into low-density residential suburbs, and then maybe turning some of the suburbs in my main city into high-density residential. You can see we have this old suburb. This used to be the outskirts of the town, back when the town used to be tiny and, like, Coolridge didn't exist. This was like the outskirts. This was the suburbs. And now I just have this weird low-density residential zone. I think I'm probably going to rezone this to be high-density residential to let more people live here, which means more workers for the industrial district, which, by the way, we blinked and now there's all these abandoned buildings here. So now we got to get rid of these abandoned buildings. And so, yowza. I'm hoping... I mean, you guys have been watching this long, so maybe I'm just entertaining to listen to, but I'm definitely hoping that I can get a better handle, maybe do some off-camera work to try to fix some of these problems so that one of these days I can do a stream where I'm actually making stuff and having it work. One of my favorite YouTubers, Fluxtrance is his name, and I highly recommend looking him up on YouTube, although probably to my detriment, because now you're going to go watch his stuff and forget about me. But Fluxtrance does insanely massive city builds that take up multiple square kilometer areas, and it's absolutely insane. And he put a disclaimer at the beginning of his video saying, like, I've already put hundreds of hours into this game and trialed and errored my way through it and learned a lot about what works and what doesn't work, and I have all the experience behind me, and I'm gonna use it to, like, make this city from scratch and try to address problems before they happen. And I think he was also playing with unlimited money, so he was starting the game by laying down massively complex freeway interchanges that take multiple 3-lane freeways and have them split off and do crazy spirals and go under each other in massive spaghetti patterns. Honestly, I want to build cities like that. I want my city to get to that point. I'm limited somewhat by the Xbox, making it a little bit harder to finagle details. That's going to be alleviated when I move onto the PC. So maybe I'll get my PC and I'll use a lot of the lessons I've learned of what not to do from this city and try to lay out a city better from the get-go in that world. But a lot of my cities started without freeways. The freeways came in later, and when Flux lays out his cities, he starts with the freeways, and like I said, it's an absolute beauty to behold these massive freeway interchanges with copious amounts of traffic merging and breaking off and flying off in every direction. It's like watching an ant colony. It's really something to behold, and seeing his cargo terminals puts mine to shame, where he has these amazing little neat runabouts using like on-ramps that snake around and split off into 2 separate cargo terminals, which then connects to train docks. It's a beautiful ballet, and I don't understand how he keeps it all in his head at once, because this game is emotionally, mentally taxing. And kudos to him. He's a really good guy. Another good guy to watch is Imperial Jedi. I've been watching a lot of his videos where he like makes his is probably a better video series to watch for players who want to have a more pure experience like me. I didn't want to play with unlimited money, and Imperial Jedi does a really great series where he builds a city using regular mode without unlimited money, where you have to unlock milestones by getting your population higher, and so he paints a better picture of what it's like to play this game on quote-unquote survival mode. So Imperial Jedi and Fluxtrance, one word, are 2 guys to watch that are really cool. And with that, I think I've probably stayed up about 2.5 hours after I said I was going to go to bed, which is standard fare for the stream. But, man, squashing problems. And there are so many times when you think, I'm done, I don't really know what I want to do, I'm looking for inspiration, I don't really know what I'm going to do, okay, maybe I'll build this highway. Okay, it would look really cool if I had some bridges that cross the highway in this corner. Okay, maybe I'll connect some roads to that bridge, and if I'm going to connect some roads to that bridge, let me lay down some houses, and let me experiment with laying down some timber mills, and then before you know it, your little dicking around experiment has turned into a massive, densely populated urban center with a traffic problem. And that's one of the reasons I'm thinking of just I've already completely, if you can imagine, it used to be about this big. It didn't used to have all this crap on this side of the bridge. It didn't used to have all this stuff off the cliff. Evergreen Mills was at one point about this big, and I completely razed it to the ground and redesigned it, and everything you see here is new. So it's like civilizations. It's like when you look at the crazy catacombs that exist underneath Paris, France, and you just think like there's an entire civilization that we don't even remember, and this civilization is just built on top of that one, and there's all this crazy shit under our feet, we don't even know what it is. That's kind of what this is like. As much as I've tried to preserve some of the historic districts like downtown and Ocean View, which haven't really changed since their initial inception, and I want to kind of keep it that way, make it like Venice Beach, there are certain areas of the city that have been completely torn down and redesigned, and as much as I have that tendency in my mind to be like, no, it's like a real city, you have to build around, the realistic conclusion is that there are some problems that you can't fix without just completely tearing it out and doing it over. And so that's fascinating to me, to think that there's this hidden history of stuff that used to exist that doesn't exist anymore. And it makes me feel better to watch people like Fluxtrance, where they, work for hours. They do a time-lapse video of like 4 hours of work laying out this super complex freeway network, and then they get like 17 episodes into this like 100-hour-long series, and then they come back one episode and they're like, hey, so remember that freeway interchange that was like 5 different freeways like linking up in one, and I built it like when we first started, and it was really cool, and I worked so hard on it. He's like, yeah, it became a traffic problem, and while you guys were gone, I completely tore it down and redesigned it. And here's a time lapse of like 3 hours of work of completely tearing it down and redesigning it. And I tell you, man, these are people that thrive on the chaos. These are people that see problems and are like, all right, like I get to solve more problems. Finally, I was getting bored. So I want to be them, you know what I mean? Like, I'm Ash Ketchum, and I'm watching the Elite Four, and I'm just like, holy shit, you guys are awesome, I want to do that! So hopefully I'll be able to catch them all, and make this city really something worth seeing. Not that it's not worth seeing now. A lot of people in the stream are very keen to be like, I think you're doing a good job, dude. Like, this is pretty amazing to me, and so I definitely appreciate that. That encouragement helps me, want to deliver more content and want to stream, whereas otherwise I'd be like, people are just going to watch me like deal with problems. Who's going to want to watch that? So yeah, this is the daily grind now of trying to find that balance of the next project is going to be to fix Evergreen Mills. We're kind of spinning plates, and right now this plate, look at just in the time I pan the camera around, 2 more buildings have become abandoned. So this is the plate that we're spinning right now. We kind of got a good balance where we're finding the capacity for the industrial. So the industrial is going to die down and become less of an issue, and at least for the time being, outbound cargo is being managed pretty effectively. So I think we can leave the industrial sector for now, and the next project tomorrow is probably going to be to redesign or completely tear down, or first one and then the other, completely redesign Evergreen Mills and fix a lot of this traffic congestion, which is going to fix the death problem because of all the hearses that are stuck in traffic. So yeah, I'm going to have to come up with a completely new design, maybe some kind of crazy roundabout. I frankly am not looking forward to doing that. That's why I distracted myself and went over and redesigned the industrial district. So, wow! That's my life in a nutshell. I'm writing a memoir. You're going to be able to find it in Barnes & Noble soon. It's going to be thousands and thousands of pages, and so have fun reading that. So with that, I think I'm finally going to actually go to bed. And, oh god, another fucking abandoned building while I was gone. But you know what? I'm glad that I have a game. It says something, even though I may not be solving problems, it says something about how much enjoyment I'm getting out of this game, that I'm even milking it right now, talking more and more so that I can stay here playing just a little bit longer, but I gotta go to bed. So I'm gonna thank everybody for tuning in, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Follow if you want more. Definitely go check out more material, and I know I convinced at least a couple people to go buy this on the marketplace or on Steam. If you have a PC, I definitely recommend the PC version, mods, and more precise mouse control, and another abandoned building. So yeah, I'm definitely glad I could bring that experience, and I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope you'll tune in next time as I continue to spin plates and just barely keep the city from drowning in dead people. So yeah, tune in next time. Hope you enjoyed, and this is going to be Artronimo signing off. For real. For really real. Xbox, stop broadcast.